Well, good evening. Happy Friday, folks. It is Friday, December 20th, 5 days before Christmas. Those of you who are celebrating. So if your shopping is not done yet, well, you're in my boat too. Happy to see you guys here. It's been quite a week. It's been a tough one. I think all around. I think this entire legal community on YouTube has suffered quite a bit. And it's been, well, we can get into it in a little bit. Just for those of you who are new to the channel, who have not yet been here, we in the legal commentariat, those of us that speak about law on YouTube, had a pretty major loss this week. And it was a pretty major loss and a pretty shocking loss. And well, two pretty major losses. One from likes of all of you out in the chat, and another one from the people on the other side of the screen who are talking to you. So Legal Vices, Jeff passed away rather shockingly. It was not expected. It was pretty surprising. We really didn't see it coming, and it was pretty remarkably terrible to learn that news. And it's been kind of tough to deal with it all week. I counted Jeff as one of my friends. Spent a great deal of time with him on live streams. Really enjoyed his company and was really much, you get to that point where you're tied up in your regular world, and you're thinking to yourself, I'll get on a stream with him in next week, 2 weeks, a month. A couple weeks goes by, and you just take for granted the fact that you might not be able to. So it was a pretty big surprise. And of course, the second that we learn about that, what does the entire community do? But they completely rally, and they do what they have always done. One of Jeff's dreams was to get to 100,000 subscribers, and through a couple of calls to action, I'll share the screen with you guys. Through a couple of different calls to action, we were able to do just that. So Jeff made it indeed to that 100,000 subscribers, 103. YouTube likes to trim that down. So if you guys are here and you haven't subscribed to Jeff, please consider doing so. It would be very much appreciated. On the other side of the equation, we lost Dr. Moo, who many of you will have spoken to in the chat, who was ever present in the chat audience for myself, Ian, Emily's chat. I mean, countless individuals on YouTube. And again, another somber moment, and a passing that was a life that was taken from us way too soon. I wanted to make that comment at the outset because, one, it's smart just to get it out in the open so it's not lingering in the back of my mind as we start talking about legal topics. Two, to give you guys a chance to process this one. And if you wanted to, you could skip it and you can come back. But it is kind of difficult. There's a live stream that I've been looking for that I kind of wanted to play maybe towards the end of the evening tonight. Was one of Jeff's live streams where I was helping him land the plane after I had finished the Friday Night Frenzy. And by land the plane, I mean anything but. I think it ended up being 4:55 my time by the time that stream got ended. So I'll probably find a way to play that. As to Dr. Moo, another individual that you guys likely chat with is Marmar. And we learned this week, rather she was willing to share this week, that she and Dr. Moo wed the night before he passed. So it is always difficult, especially because I know that Dr. Moo is going through custody battles, family law issues. It's always difficult when you have that. When you have that issue, you wonder if you're going to find somebody again And they had the they had the fortune of finding one another. The circumstances were such they were deprived of a longer life together, but they definitely found each other. So hugs all around, hugs to all of you. I think we need kind of a cleansing moment before we get into some of the commentary. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Not out of the way, not like that. I wanted to address the elephant in the room, the feelings that we're all feeling, and I wanted to address it right out front and not just sit there and hang on to it and get to it a later time. For those of you with loved ones near to you, hug them. With those of you who with loved ones that are farther away, call them. With those of you who are having disagreements or fights with your loved ones that maybe you haven't talked to in a little while, pick up the damn phone, call them. Every minute you have, every single second you have on this earth is precious, and we oftentimes take it for granted, especially when it comes to those that are around us, those who are near and dear to us, those whose conversations we take for granted all the time. And yes, I do know that Bruce Rivers, another lawyer on the internet with a very, very large following, lost his son tragically. I don't have the details about that. I hadn't had the opportunity to speak with Bruce Rivers or engage with him very much, but I do know that I can't really imagine a situation that's more difficult than putting a child in the ground. So it's been a rough week. Now, I say that in effort to transition to something that is perhaps a little bit more pleasant, something that we can use a little bit more of, which is perhaps a little bit of laughter. Well, with one of the topics, it might not be laughter. With one of the topics, it's going to not be laughter. It's going to be very, very head-scratching confusion. But with two of the topics, it's going to be laughter. Definitely two of the topics. So now that we've not moving on from that yet. Now that we've addressed that issue. Oh, and I did want to do this while I've got this here. Hang on. Hang on. For those of you, and I know this because there's a community of us that are speaking about this stuff behind the scenes. For those of you who are wanting to contribute anything to funeral costs, family stuff for Jeff, there is a Give, Send, Go that has been vetted. It is in his son's name, so that the funds can be accessible and used for that purpose. And I'll go ahead and put a link to that in the here. I'll pin it to the top of the chat. Let's do this. Nope. Chat, stop moving. Stop moving, chat. All right, so that's pinned to the top of the chat. And yeah, for those of you whoever come across this issue, one of the things that's always concerning is how to get money to the family. And it's oftentimes taken for granted that, you setting something like that up in the family's name is oftentimes the best way of getting those funds to the people that need them the most. Yes, Chad is flying. I do know Chad is flying. Ian is going to be here. He will be here at some point in time. He's running a little bit behind, and I don't know, maybe he will have some good news to share with us as well. I know the good news. I don't know if I want to share with you guys. Even though I don't even know. So, Dead Paul, what are everyone's thoughts on rage quitting? I am this close. I don't know what you're quitting. Why would you rage quit? Although the timing of the year, I can see why some people might. J. Michael RN, hugs to the LawTube community, hugs to the LawTube community indeed. There's a whole lot of hugs that need to go around into the Megan Fox, Niklas, and Danny, especially, were very close, as was House of Flux, Aussie Overlord. I know they were all very close with Jeff. So that hit even harder to them. Canonically hate the loss of Legalizers breaks my heart. It absolutely does. It was definitely very sad. Missing Dr. Moo and Legal Vices, says Jen Edwards. We are. All of us are. K-Rab, I did see this. Bruce Rivers' son, Michael, Content Genius, also passed recently. I saw that as well. He was age 27, from my understanding. And Victor Mann is coming in to say the same thing, echoing that. Baby steps, hugs to all. Rob, mods, and chat. Hugs to everyone indeed, especially this time of year. Especially this time of year. Kristen M96, not pressuring you, just curious. Will you be making a play button for? Yeah, the answer is yes. Yes. Just in case YouTube doesn't send one. I gotta figure out where to send it. Okay, but I'll figure that out. That's my job. Thank you, Fiona W., for gifting memberships, growing the community, which is already so big, so loving, and all the love going around here. Mindy FS, Rob, I'm an OG and still love you, the channel, and you. Thank you very much, Mindy. Love having you here. Really do. Sophia Legio, bro, is being discharged from brain surgery today. That is wonderful news. That is much needed good news. Great news, Sophia. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing, indeed. For the kids. All right. For those of you who don't know the channel, sometimes we speak sarcastically. Happy holidays, hookers, and blow will lift your spirits. Sometimes we need that because it makes us laugh. Because it absolutely makes us laugh. Wednesday snow. I'm very sorry about this. Thank you for the chat, but this is troubling. Well, sad. My sister passed away unexpectedly on November 30th. We had not spoken in years. Long story. Your words about reaching out to loved ones made me cry. Please, people, just do it. The rift isn't worth the regret. I could not agree any more. Don't hold on to those things. You only get one life, man. And you don't, it's not worth the time to just hang on to grudges. That said, other than that, how's everyone's week? Apart from those things, did you have a better week than Fani Willis? Did you have a better week than Haley Welch? Did you have a better week than a lot of the people that are out there on the legal commentary? Well, not commentary. A lot of the legal targets, people that were speaking about the cases in controversy, all of those things. Did you do anything productive? Did you make anything? I've been printing things like crazy on this stupid 3D printer. Whoever told me to get one of these, can I just blame you for a lot? A lot. There has been so many things. Calibration issues are annoying. I now have, I think, 30 rolls of 30 rolls of filament. So it's been a week trying to get stuff printed, printing cases for the pens that were gifted. Where did I put those things? I think I had them somewhere. Got some cool cases. I'll show you guys later. But it has been a good time. All right, let me get caught up, make sure I'm all ready to go, and we can get into some of our topic. Oh, that was the other thing. Oh, Lindsay, I'm happy to celebrate this. If anyone needs a thing to focus on to celebrate a little, it's my birthday. Happy 35th birthday. I'm not doing anything, but I feel it fully encourage anyone else to, if you need it tonight. I am happy to be your excuse. Well, we are happy for your birthday. Happy 35th birthday. It is already December. So it's pretty wild. I can't believe that it's already December. Oh, I was going to post my ADHD is ADHDing. My ADHD is super ADHDing right now. I am all over the place. I'm talking gifts. I'm talking bereavement. I'm talking grief. I'm talking 3D printers. I'm talking about cases. I'm talking about all kinds of stuff. Focus. I need to focus. Rob, focus. Okay. The focal point. Where was I going with that conversation? I think I need a dartboard. Nope. That was not it. Gifts. Have you all finished your shopping? Because I have not. And that's the poll I'm going to put up today. I'm going to try and see what the status is on all your guys' shopping and whether you've been behaving or not. Wait, hang on. We're going to do a first poll and a second poll. First poll. Start the poll. Are you done with Christmas shopping? Yes, I was done by Thanksgiving. No, not even close. Or haven't started. Oh, or just a few more presents. We're going to do that. Because I want to see whether I'm alone in this regard. I don't know if I am. Because it's been pretty wild. I made the very, very, very terrible mistake last week of going to the mall, the very large mall around us, Tyson's Corner. Never doing that again. I don't think I've set foot in a mall in 5 years. And I am never, I'm good. I'm good. Don't have to do that. I was also remarkably surprised that malls right now apparently don't sell items. Well, several of the stores don't sell items. They just have them like they're on display, right? Because they just have the understanding that everyone's going into the mall. They're looking at what they're, and you actually see this too. They go into the mall, they look in the store, and they pull out their phone right there, just right there in front of them. And they're Googling it and buying it on Amazon to have it shipped to the house. No one's buying anything from the mall. Not right now. I mean, you could, but judging based on the lines, maybe there were people buying, but you're out of your mind. No way. I'm done. So, yeah. As far as where I am on that camp on the poll, is my shopping done yet? We're going to go ahead and say no. While I hate the act of going out and shopping, I'm going to have to do that because I'm not physically capable of making all the gifts I need to make in that short a time. Oh, and I had a trial set for January 6th and 7th. So cool. I love doing this to myself. It is so much fun. J. Michael RN, that is remarkably thoughtful of you. 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, my friend. That is very kind. Very, very, very kind. You know, Torin posted this. Rob, for a bit of uplift, I did email you the story of me getting a divorce lawyer for my wife. I hope it gave you a smile. Feel free to share freely. I didn't know if I could share that. I read it. And you know what? We might do that for a palate cleanse a little bit later. I didn't know that I could share that. Thank you for telling me that I can, because it did give me a little bit of a smile. Not just a little bit, quite a smile. Chris, M96, I know that you make gifts. Aha. Yeah, I know. I absolutely know. Because some of them are sitting on the wall. It's the robots. Kristen makes the robots, for those of you who don't know. The robot jury. Okay, Rab, taking my adult kids to China and Japan next fall. That's a gift. I need to do that. Maybe I'll do that. Kristen M96, Marmar has been so strong, so love to her. Absolutely, indeed. Also, Moo hated geese. So, a cancer and the goose it rode in on. No horse would ever bring that. That, my friend, is very likely fair. Aaron Hack, thank you for sharing the stream the way you did. I rewatched your stream with Jeff this week as well as his one-on-one with Andrew, Nick, Larry, Joe, etc. Hilarious, and how I remember him always. The man was probably one of the most genuine people I've had the chance to encounter, and my God, his laugh was infectious as hell. So it was quite, yeah. Okay. How about this? Let's get to our topics, shall we? Where do you want to start? You want to start Haley Welch? You want to start Fani Willis? You want to start Luigi Mangioni? What do you think? What do you want to do? Let's see what chat says. Start with Luigi, I'm seeing. Start with Luigi. Luigi Mangioni. People are saying Luigi who? Luigi Mangioni. Luigi Mangioni is the individual that was charged with using a firearm and killing a CEO for United Health. And we have got, I think, 3 different complaints in 3 different jurisdictions. So that's a whole lot to go through. To be quite fair, I have not read the complaints, the indictments, or anything yet. I've seen the news coverage. I've been very curious about it. So I figured that I would give it a read, see where we stand, see what's going on, see if we can find some interesting stuff. Looks like the chat is voting for Luigi. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and swoop. And then we will go ahead and get into the Luigi Mangioni case because, well, another reason is I definitely need this Ian Snark for either the Fani Willis or the Haley Welch matters because, yeah, it's been interesting. So let's go ahead and speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Did he appear? He hasn't appeared yet. He can appear. Hi, devil.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing. We did a little bit of a starting off the stream, just like getting things off our chest, expressing that we're saddened.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, but I wanted to get it out of the way so it wasn't building up throughout the course of the stream, and I just wanted.
Yeah, I might still.
We addressed that. We talked about it, and it's been complicated. I know that you and I both called Jeff a friend. He was probably one of the coolest people in the whole wide world. And Dr. Moo had gone through so much and was so supportive of the chat community and all involved. It's been a week.
It has. I tried to pop in. Nick Starrow's doing a sort of mod thing for Jeff, and I tried to pop in, but it requires Chrome, and I don't have Chrome installed on my system. So
interesting. Well, I shared the link to the Give Send Go, which is at the top of the chat. So, and I did confirm with the appropriate individuals that it is vetted.
Yeah, that's Connor's Give Send Go, which is good because you don't want it to be connected to you don't want it to be stuff that goes through probate because a
lot of people make that mistake, and I was trying to made a mention of that earlier. People make accessing funds they should not access.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is that it just gets stuck for potentially years. And also, like, I suspect he's fiscally stable, but sometimes you have debts that exceed the assets, in which case all of that money probably belongs to the bank. And whereas if it goes directly to Connor, then yes. And yes, I'm wearing the tie. I set a goal on my stream for people were like, wear the tie. And I was like, okay, I'll set a goal for it. So I was like, people were like, you got to wear the tie. So I'm wearing the tie.
Awesome. I love seeing it. It's very uplifting. That actually makes me feel a lot better. Actually just makes me feel a lot better having you here to talk about this. It's thank you for jumping on, buddy.
I kind of feel like it's good to be chatting with a friend too. So yeah, it's been a week. It's
It has, but you know what? It hasn't just been a week for us. It's been a week for a lot of people. And I mean that as an effort to transition, but not before I read this comment from Lynn Britton asking for all the positive vibes. Dude, please, Hubs is about to have another CT on Monday. I don't think I'm strong enough for any more bad news right now. Fuck answering. We got the call today based on last labs. You are getting all the positive vibes. Chat's sending them your way. I'm sending them your way. I've got all of the positivity that we can get is on its way out the door to you.
100%.
Okay. We are going to swoop and we are going to go to the Luigi Mangioni.
Oh, that's a whole fun thing.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to be talking about it on Monday too. So it is, it's a whole thing.
Which one do we want to start with? Because my word, this is going to be interesting. So we got the indictment from New York.
And then there's the federal case, and
we've got the criminal complaint out of Pennsylvania. And then you've got the unsealed. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do the unsealed US, right? That's probably the logical one to do first, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Here we go. Let's go ahead and we're going to get into content. Lovely content with only 25 minutes in. That's the discomfort of these things. Just difficult to. So we're going to talk about things that aren't difficult, like the law. It's easy to talk about the law. Well, at least I enjoy talking about it. So we're going to do that. So Luigi Mangioni. Present screen. Share the screen. Share the window. From the window to the wall. There we go. United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, which, why is every criminal case that we're seeing right now that's like the high profile out of the Southern District of New York? I think we're gonna know all the judges by the end of this.
It's the drinking water, I think.
It's got to be, because we're gonna know every single judge in this jurisdiction, and I feel like we're gonna know half the lawyers by the end of the time the next 2 years or so. All right. So this was previously sealed and has since been unsealed. So Gary W. Cobb, being duly sworn, deposes and says that he's a special agent with the FBI and charges as follows. Count one.
We'll forgive him.
Yeah. For being FBI. Well,
yes.
You know what? Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you don't hear as much about the FBI shooting dogs, so.
Yeah. All right. Count one. Stalking. Travel in interstate commerce. From at least in or about November 24th, 2024 to in or about December 4th, 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Luigi Nicholas Mangioni. The defendant traveled in interstate commerce with the intent to kill, injure, harass, intimidate, and place under surveillance with intent to kill, injure, harass, and intimidate another person. In the course of, and as a result of, such travel engaged in conduct that placed that person in reasonable fear of death, of, and serious bodily injury to that person. My gosh, the way this drafting is, we just got to recite the code section basically. And in the course of engaging in such conduct caused the death of that person, to wit. Mangioni traveled from Georgia to New York, New York, for the purpose of stalking and killing Brian Thompson. And while in New York, Mangioni stalked and then shot and killed Thompson in the vicinity of West 54th Street and 6th Avenue, which is not where you would expect something like that to happen. Count two, stalking, use of interstate facilities. Now, why are we getting all the interstatedness? Because that's how the feds get involved. If it wasn't interstatedness and travel back and forth and use of interstate commerce and travel to commit the offense, there would be no federal crime to charge.
I mean, the thing is it's really hard not to have some interstatedness now.
Yeah.
Just with the modern world. It's like, I bought a thing online. Well, where did you buy it from? Oh, you bought it from a place that, like, turns out it's in Texas and you're in, Colorado. It's like, well, congratulations. You've just interstated by accident.
You have interstated, and you can now be open to wire fraud. Well, if you did interstate illegally or interstate in the wrong way.
Oh, I mean, wire fraud grew from, like, a rare thing to being like every case. Like,
because you communicate over the phones and it becomes wire fraud.
And the government has no they have no interest in changing that, because they get all sorts of powers based on wire fraud, because it used to be this rare and special thing that needed to be rare and specially dealt with. And now it's everything. And it's like, well, all of these powers are now for all the time. They like that just fine. The government loves extra powers.
Perfect example right here. Use of electronic communication service and electronic communication system of interstate commerce. My gosh, as we're talking about it, there it is in the damn paragraph. And a facility of interstate or foreign commerce to engage in course of conduct to place that person in reasonable fear of death. Mangioni used the cell phone. Oh my gosh. Cell phone, interstate wires, interstate highways, and the internet. So if you're carrying out a crime, don't do any of the use of interstate things, even though it's not possible.
Yeah, it's especially because some of the interpretations of interstate get really thin. Like, hey, you bought something that had no interstate connections, but you could have instead bought something from a different state. Therefore, it's interstate, even though the thing you bought has no like, what? I don't know how the U.S. actually, but because they've got so many things tied into like whether something is interstate, the courts are inclined to find things that are interstate because they don't want to throw cases out, or they don't want to like take power away from the government. And it's like, stop it.
Yeah, just the government doesn't need any more. You don't got to give any more of it.
So under Runkletarianism, we'd change all of this. And Runkletarianism is, I guess, becoming slightly possible because Trump is now threatening to take over Canada. Would I count as a natural born citizen if I'm born in Canada, but Canada becomes part of the States? How does that work?
I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't.
It's got to have been like, there's got to have been something about that with like, you know, Hawaii is the 50th state, isn't it? So I mean,
if you were born in Hawaii, you are naturalized. Like immediately.
Yes, but what if you were born in Hawaii when Hawaii, like before Hawaii was part of the U.S.?
You're still naturalized. Yeah, I believe you still are. Because we had this with.
Is it natural born? Is the question.
I don't know.
Or like, you know, the requirements of the presidency.
No, I don't know. It's a good question. Count 3, murder through use of a firearm. Yep. Because you know what? Saw it on video. Firearm. Got it. Count 4, firearms offense. Doesn't that sound nice and vague? Firearms offense. Okay. Used a firearm during any of the other crimes and in furtherance of those crimes.
I feel like that one, you know, yep. Used a firearm. For shooting the guy in the head. Yeah, that is use of a firearm.
Wow, the Fed indictment is brief. Really? That's what they went with? That's pretty simple. 4 counts? Okay. You know what? Good for you, feds. Simplifying things.
Which is kind of interesting because often they like to do the opposite, where they're just like, we're going to we're just going to add every possible charge. And so then it's like, we're also charging the offense of like, you know, like some sort of rare, like, you know, taxation thing about like, well, did you pay like the 10-cent tax that would have applied to the bullets when you moved them to this place? Nope. Okay. We're
going to add that. Now here, to be fair, you know, the feds love to use a certain tool. They love it more than anything in the world. It's called superseding indictment. So these are the charges.
I thought you were just going to mention a politician when you said a certain tool, but
it's true. That accused us too.
And you could name just about any politician because they're all tools.
They're all politicians. Exactly. The murder of Brian Thompson. The basis for my knowledge and the foregoing charges are in part as follows. I am a special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI Violent Crimes Task Force. I've been personally involved in the investigation of this matter. This affidavit is based upon my conversations with other law enforcement officers, my examination of documents obtained through a court-authorized search warrant, my review of documents prepared by others, security camera video, etc. Because the affidavit is being submitted for a limited purpose of establishing probable cause, it does not include all the facts that I have learned. So basically, everything in here is including without limitation. Based on my participation in this investigation, my conversation with other enforcement officers, I have learned, among other things, the following. On December 4th, at approximately 6:45 a.m., Brian Thompson, the CEO of a nationwide health insurance company, was shot and killed by a masked assailant, the shooter, while walking on West 54th Street toward a hotel in Midtown Manhattan, where a Company One investor conference was scheduled to begin at 8 a.m. As discussed below, the shooter was later identified to be Luigi Mangioni, the defendant. Security cameras showed the shooter, who was wearing a gray backpack, come from between 2 parked cars, walk up behind the victim and shoot the victim in the leg and back, outside of the Midtown Hotel entrance on West 54th Street. The firearm the shooter used appeared to have a sound suppressing device or silencer. I do like the fact that they don't just say silencer. At least he said sound suppressing device attached to the front of the barrel.
It's a suppressor.
It's a suppressor. It doesn't silence shit. It just suppresses. A still image from the security camera video of the shooting is provided below. We've all seen that picture. Law enforcement personnel who responded to the scene of the shooting recovered, among other items, spent 9mm shell casings and at least one round of live 9mm ammunition. Oh, so when he cycled a live round through.
Yeah. Did you not watch my video? I had a
watched
whole
part of
video
it,
on
Ian.
this. I know it was long. It was like 10 minutes.
No, I watched part of it, but I also had the benefit of talking to you about these things.
Yeah, you see him futzing with it. Like he fires once.
Yeah.
And then he manually cycles, fires again, and then he cycles it repeatedly because everyone was like, oh yeah, he knew that this gun wasn't going to work. And I'm like, that is not true. You can see in the video that he doesn't, because after the second shot, he's racking the action repeatedly, trying to un-F it. So that's what, so fires once, deny, fires twice, delay, cycle, and that's how you get the next thing there. So,
I hope this is sarcastic. Fake fan.
Guys, I would love to say I watch everyone else's content. I'm teasing Rob when I give him some crap about it being 10 minutes, because
exactly.
You know how often we have 10 minutes to spare in a day?
Yeah, exactly.
Not as, and I mean, the thing is like, I played some Satisfactory earlier today, a little bit of a video game.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to, because it was like, I'm at a place where I just need to do something. And I'm still budgeting time for like, I got to do some things, right? I got to, I got to take some time on that. But it's not like, yeah, you need, we don't have time to watch all the things I want to watch and all the places I want to be and all of the things I want to do and so forth. So
yeah. Ian was on in the background last night when I was cleaning and organizing, and it doesn't look like I cleaned or organized. So that's just life.
I'm not going to pan the camera around my room here.
Nope. Mm-mm. Nope.
That is,
but this angle right here,
this looks like.
That is all you folks need to see. Is there stuff down there that's messy? Mm-hmm. Over there? Mm-hmm. This is a wall, so there's nothing there. But okay. So the words deny, delay, depose were written on the side of some of the shell casings. Responding law enforcement personnel also recovered a cell phone in the vicinity of the location where the shooting had occurred. The investigation, based on my participation in the investigation, all of those other words. I know that over the course of the next several days, investigators retrieved and reviewed hundreds of hours of recordings from nearby security cameras to track the shooter's movements both before and after the murder. From that review, investigators were able to formulate the following timeline of the shooter's movements from November 24th up to and including December 4th of 2024. On November 24th at approximately 10:11 p.m., the shooter arrived in New York City on an intercity bus at the Port Authority bus terminal in Manhattan. The bus originated in Atlanta, Georgia. The shooter took a taxi to the area around Midtown Hotel and stayed in the area for approximately 1 hour before taking another taxi to a hostel located in the Upper West Side of Manhattan. The shooter registered at the hostel under the name of Mark Rosario and provided a fake New Jersey driver's license as a form of identification. A photograph of the fake ID is provided below.
I just want to say that actually looks like a pretty solid fake. Like, guys, I do criminal law. I see a fair number of like seized fake IDs, and I'm just going to say your average fake ID looks like dog shit. And the only reason why they work is because most people who check IDs don't actually give a shit about your ID, if that makes sense. Like, if you're checking into a hotel and you slide over something that vaguely looks like it could be an ID, they're like, cool. Whereas, And same thing for getting into a bar, right? When I go to a bar, they'll be like, can I see your ID? And they're not saying, can I see your ID? Because they actually care. They're saying it because they don't want me to be an inspector for the alcohol board and to say ID was not checked. Notwithstanding the fact that I don't look like I'm 15, I don't think. But so I just hold up an ID and they go like, sure, in you go. And it really could say anything. It could have a picture of a gorilla on it and they would just wave me in. This is actually a pretty solid, like it's got little sort of the subtle details and so forth. It's actually a pretty decent fake as fakes go.
As fakes go, it's not bad.
So, yeah.
When the shooter was checked in at the hostel, the desk clerk asked the shooter to remove his mask, which he did, revealing his face. Security camera as shown below. We've all seen this image too.
It suddenly made him super popular.
Yeah. Other than this interaction with the desk clerk, the shooter consistently kept his mask on throughout his time in New York, including while inside the hostel. On December 4th,
I don't have the thirst clip. No. But for the people who've heard it, imagine I'm playing the thirst clip right now.
When the news first got published, who's the guy? Who's the actor?
Rob deleted the thirst clip out of his media assets.
Yeah, of course I did. Why am I? No, I absolutely deleted that asset. No, I'm never going to let you play that again. Ever.
I actually have the power, I think, to up.
I know that you do, but you're going to restrain yourself for right now. For right now, you're going to
actually have the power to upload things.
Okay.
Yes, and I will restrain myself.
you want to know something funny? Like, well, not funny, but when they first started posting about this, I sincerely, at least for a couple of seconds, glanced and I was like, wait, why are they posting about Dave Franco? Legit. Tell me that's not a similarity. Like
it's not, you're not completely wrong, but also Rob.
No, I'm sitting there going, why am I reading about Dave Franco? Anyways, on December 4th at approximately 5:35 a.m., the shooter left the hostel wearing a gray backpack and rode an electric bicycle down Central Park West to a location near Midtown Motel as shown below. There's the bike, traffic cam footage. At 5:41 a.m., the shooter walked around the area of the Midtown Hotel and at one point purchased items from a nearby coffee shop. So anyone that was talking about this dude being a pro, this is not pro behavior.
No, this was clearly not a pro. Yeah, I got annoyed with all the people who were like, this guy's a pro. And I'm like,
no. You don't walk around in areas and show your face to different people. Shooter then returned to the bench in the vicinity of the Midtown Hotel. On at least one occasion prior to the murder, the shooter was depicted using a cell phone. At approximately 6:45 a.m., after waiting near the Midtown Hotel for approximately 1 hour, the shooter saw and approached the victim, shot the victim multiple times, and then fled on foot to West 55th Street, where he mounted the electric bicycle and rode towards Central Park. After disappearing inside the park for a period of time, the shooter was captured on video again, exiting the park near West 77th Street and Central Park West, riding north on Central Park West.
I also feel like pros probably have better vehicles than an electric bicycle.
The vehicle wasn't, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't allow you to hide yourself.
I don't know. Maybe if he was doing something a little more clever with the electric bicycle, like taking it into areas that, like, cars couldn't go so that he could, evade things, or taking it into areas like, if he'd scouted out an underground parking lot where nobody had any camera coverage, that would be, then I'd be like, okay, that's clever. But yeah.
So when he came out of the park, no longer wearing the backpack, at 6:58 a.m., the security camera footage captured the shooter riding the electric bike. 2 minutes later, at 7 a.m., the shooter was captured on video walking near West 86th and Columbus Avenue, without the electric bike. At 7:08 a.m., the shooter entered a taxi and drove him to the George Washington Bridge bus terminal.
Also, you know how
And this
much more
capture-
difficult it would have been to catch this guy if he'd like plucked his eyebrows?
I mean,
Because
the facial features are remarkably
those
distinct.
eyebrows are like the I feel like they're a signature all on their own.
Well, they kind of are. 7:30 a.m. footage from the bus terminal shows him entering the facility. No video footage showed the shooter leaving the terminal, suggesting the shooter left the city. On or about December 6th, enforcement officers found a gray backpack matching the appearance as depicted below. Based on my participation in all of these things, I know, among other things, about the arrest and identification. On December 9th at approximately 9:14 a.m., a worker at a fast food restaurant in Altoona, Pennsylvania, we all know this, McDonald's, called the police about a male customer later identified as Luigi Mangioni, the defendant who the worker believed resembled photos of the shooter. Members of the police department responded and encountered Mangioni, who they also believed matched the appearance of the shooter. When approached by responding officers and asked for identification, Mangioni offered the fake New Jersey ID. Mangioni was later found to be in possession of a loaded 9mm pistol and silencer consistent with the weapon used to kill the victim. Clothing that matched the apparel the shooter wore on the security camera videos, a notebook, quote, the notebook, not the movie, apparently just the notebook, several $1,000s in cash in an envelope associated with an FDIC insured bank, and a letter addressed to the feds. The feds letter. To the feds. Seriously? I didn't know that part. Really? The 9mm and silencer were later tested and found to be operable by a ballistics examiner from the New York City Police Department. Photographs of firearm and silencer recovered are depicted below. That's an interesting print job.
Yeah, it's actually a specific there's people who've sort of pinned down what it is, like which specific file he printed.
Which file?
Because it's got a sort of distinctive stippling pattern to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
The notebook contains several handwritten pages that express hostility towards the health insurance industry and wealthy executives in particular. For example, the notebook contained the following statements in entries that appear to correspond to particular dates. In an entry marked as August 15th, the notebook describes how the details are finally coming together, and I'm glad in a way that I've procrastinated because it allowed me to learn more about, acronym for Company One. The notebook entry also stated the target is insurance because it checks every box. In an entry marked as October 22nd, it says 1.5 months. The investor conference is a true windfall, and most importantly, the message becomes self-evident. Later on in the entry, the notebook describes an intent to, quote, whack, end quote, the CEO of one of the insurance companies at its investor conference, as described above. 6 weeks before the date of the murder victim, which occurred on the date of Company One's investor conference. The Fed's letter recovered from Mangioni stated, quote, I wasn't working with anyone. This is fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, and a lot of patience. Wow.
Yeah, this is something
FBI.
most people don't realize is that the average person's first attempt to 3D print a firearm creates a brick.
Yeah.
Like just a thing that doesn't work.
Yeah. As someone who 3D prints, I have not attempted that, but I can tell you that it is not as easy as people describe. They're finicky. But this one is kind of made me chuckle a little bit. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, and a lot of patience, end quote. Based on my own this is the FBI agent speaking. Based on my own research, I believe that CAD refers to computer-aided design. Really?
Hey, this is why they're the FBI. There are no slouches at the FBI.
Really? Based on my own research, CAD refers to computer-aided design. The Fed's letter also stated, P.S. You can check serial numbers to verify this is all self-funded, my own ATM withdrawals. What an odd letter. Very interesting. Based on all the above, my review photographs of the shooter and my review of the arrest photographs, Luigi Mangioni, the defendant, I respectfully submit that Mangioni is the shooter who shot and killed the victim on December 4th. Additionally, the notebook entries, Fed's letter, and the shooter apparent surveillance of the Midtown Hotel on November 24th and December 4th, and the shooter's use of counter surveillance techniques to an escape from New York City. What counter surveillance techniques? The dude rode a bike into a park.
I mean, he wore a mask, I guess.
Ditched a backpack, and then exposed his face on multiple occasions to different people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, here's the thing. I do believe that it suggests a lot of effort to identify the victim, place the victim under surveillance, and track the victim's whereabouts in the time period leading up to the murder. So that's the stalking part. Surveillance stills and the arrest photograph. Okay. Arrest photograph. Surveillance still. Wherefore, I respectfully request that a warrant be issued for the arrest of Luigi Mangioni, the defendant, and that he be imprisoned or bailed as the case may be. All right. Relatively mild for the FBI. Not too bad. Pretty straightforward. Pennsylvania, what do you have to say? God, I hate these criminal complaint forms. They're so annoying. Like, indictments read so like nice, right? You're reading paragraph, paragraph, paragraph. That makes sense. Criminal complaint form. Huh? Well, here's the vitals of the individual.
I'm just trying to think of, I'd have to like make one where I've filed off all the serial numbers, but I want to, I want to sort of show you at some point what a complaint, like an information, looks like here in Canada, because you'll be so annoyed at what we Canadians get.
Oh my gosh. No.
We get basically F all.
Oh, so Pennsylvania hits him with the forgery. Here's the forgery. Yep, Pennsylvania's going to go all in. Forgery. With the intent to defraud or injure anyone. Utters any writing which he knows to be forged in a manner specific, paragraphs 1 and 2. That's a very weird turn of phrase. Utters any writing?
That's actually the same language it's used in Canada.
Seriously?
Uttering a forged document. And what does it mean to utter a forged document? Well, if I've got a fake ID and I hand it over to a bouncer, that's uttering a forged document.
Hang on. I'm looking at Virginia's forgery statute. Damn it. We use the same language too.
You know why? It's because it's super, super archaic language. It used to make sense to people. And so everybody copied the same language because it made sense in, like, you know, the Civil War era. But now it makes no sense to anybody, but we're still stuck with the same language because now that language has specific definitions and case law. And so if they change the if they actually change the language that they use, then now there's going to be court cases about, like, well, does this not mean uttering anymore?
Here's Virginia's code. If any person forge any writing other than such intended, blah, 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 to prejudice of another's right, or utter or attempt to employ as true. See, that makes more sense logically. Like, that's such forged writing, knowing it to be forged. See, that I get. Like, uttering, using it in that context. But when I'm looking at this, okay, I guess utters any writing which he knows to be forged. Got it. Learn something new every day. All right, forgery. Then carrying a firearm without a license. Got it. Tampering with records. Any person commits a misdemeanor of the first degree if knowing that he has no privilege to do so, falsely destroys, removes, or conceals any writing or record or distinguishes mark or brand or other identification with intent to deceive or injure another one, to conceal any wrongdoing. Okay. Possessing instruments of a crime. God, I love how they write these stupid statutes. Possessing instruments of a crime. You are possessing the instruments of your crime. False identification, law enforcement authorities. Yep. Go with that one. That makes sense. Now, why is this all here? Well, because everyone wants their own bite at the apple. Oh my gosh, this is a lot of small text. On the aforementioned date and time, on December 9th at 09:14. Dispatch notes, medical mask and a beanie. Upon arrival, officers were able to locate the male matching the aforementioned description sitting in the rear of the building at a table. He was wearing a blue medical mask and was looking at a silver laptop computer that was placed on the table. Ooh, what's in the laptop? What's on the laptop?
Also, if this dude had, if he had trimmed his freaking eyebrows, he'd probably be a free man right now if he trimmed those eyebrows, because he would have been sitting there and they would have been like, is it the guy? No, he doesn't have the eyebrows. It's got to be somebody else.
Or if he just held off the Mickey D's.
Or, not murdered anybody.
That one too.
That is your top way to not be, but yeah,
do the criming.
Everyone's like, oh, this guy's a super pro. And I'm like, this guy's not very good at what he does.
Yeah, all the other things. Yeah. He had a backpack on the floor near the table he was sitting at. Co-affiant, my partner, made contact with the male and informed that officers were called to the McDonald's for a suspicious male matching his description. Asked him to pull down the mask so he could see his face. He complied and pulled down the mask. They immediately recognized him as the suspect from the New York City incident after seeing photos released of him from the media sources. They asked him for ID and provided officers the New Jersey license bearing the same name, or the name Mark Rosario, and the date of birth, July 21st, 1998. He took the license and ran the information through the dispatch center. Asked the male if he had been to New York recently, and the male became quiet and started to shake. Additional units from the Altoona Police Department arrived on scene to assist the affiant and co-affiant in identifying the male. At this time, dispatch was unable to find any information on NCIC, with the information provided by officers. Lieutenant Hanley arrived on scene and also ran the information, but still found no record. The computer ain't going to change in the 5 minutes that the lieutenant gets there. The male was advised that he was under an official.
The thing is they assume the lieutenant is more capable of checking a computer.
That's sad, but I get it.
They're like, well, we want to make sure. And the thing is for something like this, maybe make your list and check it twice before you decide who's naughty or nice.
That's definitely fair.
Yeah.
/ nice people don't get the silver bracelets. Naughty people get the silver bracelets. They tell him that if he lied about his identity, he's going to get arrested. He then stated his name was the defendant, Luigi Mangioni, with a date of birth of May 6, 1998. The driver's license the defendant provided officers found to be fake ID card. So when the cops are running the information, the cops at least thought it was a decent fake. Because I can guarantee you this little complaint would have said this was obviously fake and then confirmed it was fake by running it and not seeing the information.
Oh, I have seen so many circumstances where it's like the accused handed offered a driver's license, and the officer immediately noticed that it was, not proper based on the following missing things, which is often like, and guys, you might be thinking, oh, well, the officer is well trained and so forth. The missing things are often things like there was no hologram. That's how about super common.
It was written in crayon on the back of a gum packet. Stuff like that.
Really common is the picture was glued on. You know how many times I've seen the picture was glued on in fake IDs? Because they'll have somebody else's actual ID and they'll just take a picture of themselves and super glue it over the picture in the thing. And
well, then they put it in the sleeve of a wallet, so it's behind some plastic barrier. So I mean, it can pass.
It's still not super. It passes when somebody is in a hurry and doesn't care. But the instant somebody looks at it and actually gives a damn, it doesn't. So most fake IDs just don't work out. I know ways that people get fake IDs that work really well, and I'm not gonna tell the chat how to do that because yeah.
I got busted because this was back in the day of like the first time like scanners were a thing. Scanned, digitally altered the image of my report card to put a new grade and then reprinted that thing. I don't know why I thought that was going to work, but
yeah, I never tried that. I just took my licks with my bad grades. The thing is, if I'd suddenly come home with A's, they would have been like, even if it was like master quality forgery, like I take it to somebody who's, normal practice is like forging the works of the great masters. It would have been like, no, this is fake. Even if I'd earned the A's, my parents would have been like,
it's fake.
No, come back with a real one.
Yeah.
If I'd actually earned the A's, I would have had to alter my report card down so that they'd believe it.
Yeah. Fox asked the defendant why he lied about his name. Why he lied out his name, I guess, especially about his name. And the defendant replied, I clearly shouldn't have. Well, yeah, no shit. The defendant was then placed into custody. The defendant was handcuffed and was searched on scene. The defendant was then transported back to Altoona Police Department Station, where his property was inventoried pursuant to the department's policy. During a search of the backpack, officers located a black 3D printed pistol and a black silencer. The pistol had a metal slide and a plastic handle with a metal threaded barrel. Well, yeah, it would have to be a metal threaded barrel. What? Really? That's the okay. Although I guess you kind of have to describe that as like to give the indication it was a working firearm and clearly not just a 3D printed.
They're describing it, they're noting it, but it is still funny because it's like, of course. Obviously.
The pistol had one loaded Glock magazine. Yeah, because it's the Glock slide with 6 9mm full metal jacket rounds. He was shooting FMJ. Another indication that he was not a pro.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that, I guess he got lucky because a lot of shootings with FMJ don't end in fatalities.
Yeah, because it's just through and through.
Yep.
There's also one loose 9mm hollow point round. Okay.
Wait, he's got mix and match ammo?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Okay. Being charged with 4103, forgery, firearms not to be carried without a license, tampering with records or identification, and then possession of instruments of a crime. Then it will need to be fingerprinted and photographed. Thou shalt fingerprint and thou shalt photograph.
And then thou shalt perp walk with Eric Adams.
I mean, pretty straightforward. New York. Now, New York, if you're a jurisdiction that's going to have an incentive to charge, it is going to be the jurisdiction where the criming occurred, where most of the criming occurred. So I expect New York's to be a little bit more intensive as far as what their charges are.
Fair.
Yep. The defendant in the county of New York on or about December 4th, being more than 18 years old at the time of the commission of the crime, with the intent to cause the death of another person, caused the death of Brian Thompson, and said person was killed in furtherance of an act of terrorism involving a violent act and acts that's dangerous to human life that were in violation of the criminal laws of this state and were intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policies of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, and affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping. This is the question I've been getting asked. Guys, I see that Marmar's in the chat. Drop some hugs. Drop some hugs if you can.
Yeah.
A lot of virtual hugs coming from my way too. Lots. Lots and lots and lots. Second
chat,
count.
also, are you okay if I take off the tie? It's starting to bother my neck. Hopefully the chat is going to be okay with it.
They're going to
I
be
said
fine.
I'd wear the tie. I didn't say I'd wear the tie the whole evening.
They're going to be fine with that. Second count, and the grand jury aforesaid by this indictment further accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the second degree as a crime of terrorism. Okay. With the intent to intimidate or coerce the civilian population, influence the policy of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, and affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping, committed the offense of murder in the second degree. Then we've got another third count, just intentional homicide, murder. Fourth count, criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. Fifth count, criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. Possession of a firearm not in their home or place of business. Criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree is the sixth count. Possessed an assault. Oh, the suppressor. Is that how they qualify it as an assault weapon?
I'm guessing.
How does New York define?
The problem is they have all sorts of different definitions in various places. So
How do you define assault weapon in New York? New York Penal Code. Silencer. Or deface for the purposes of concealment. No,
Okay.
assault weapon. What is it? No, wait, where's the definition section? What's an assault weapon? Definitions. No. Do they not define what an assault weapon is? What kind of state puts their definition sections not in alphabetical order? What is wrong with you people? An assault weapon means a semi-automatic rifle that has the ability to accept a detachable magazine and has at least one of the following characteristics: a folding or telescoping stock, a pistol grip that protrudes conspicuously beneath the action of the weapon, thumbhole stock, second-hand grip or protruding grip that can be held by the non-trigger hand, bayonet mount, suppressor, flash suppressor. So they call it because it got the suppressor. Holy crap. Everything in New York is an assault weapon. Everything. Oh my God.
I think my dinner is an assault weapon in New York.
Actually, might be. This, my God, goes down to 8. Seriously? New York is New York. Holy crap. 7th, possess the firearm silencer. It's a separate independent act. 8, possess a large capacity ammunition feeding device, to wit, a Glock magazine. Wait,
I'm guessing by large capacity, they mean
10
like
rounds?
standard capacity.
It's a Glock magazine. Huh? I'm confused by this one the most. Okay. Defendant possessed a large capacity ammunition feeding device, to which a Magpul magazine.
That's a brand. Is this really the... Yo, New York does not fuck around with guns. Holy crap. Really? Okay. Possession of a ghost gun. Now we've got forged instrument,
11th count.
So they're not going with the 4-count slim and sleek thing.
No, 11 counts. Now, I want to see what the enhancement is for the act of terrorism. Where's New York Penal Law 125.25? Part 3. $125.25. No, it's 490.25 is the actual aggravation. Okay. 490. Where are you, 490? $490.25. Crime of terrorism. When a person is convicted of a crime of terrorism pursuant to this section, it's class B, C, D, or E felony, violent felony offense. Okay. Class B, Class A, Section 700 of the chapter. Life in prison without parole. Nothing herein shall preclude or prevent the sentence of death when specified offense is murder in the first degree, but they got him on the second degree, right? So first degree
What does it take
brings
to get first degree?
death penalty. 125.27 is the first degree murder statute. Let me see that. New York Penal Code. Where is it? 125.27. Where are you? Wait, does this code section reference it? Oh, murder in the first degree. No, that's medicine in the first degree. 125.27. Where's 125.27? First degree murder. Intent to cause death of another person, causes death of the person of a third person, and either police officer, peace officer, state employee, correctional facility, state correctional institution, intended victim was a witness to a crime. Murder for hire. Second murder conviction. Defendant acted in especially cruel and wanton manner pursuant to the course of conduct intended to inflict torture. Okay, so torture. 2 or more people. Okay, so that's first degree. First degree is you did a lot of bad. So that's the indictment. Indictments and charges. Now, my understanding is he's now no longer fighting extradition and he's going to go to New York. So who's going to get their first bite at the apple? Well, whoever brings it first. I mean, usually the person who gets first docketed for trial is the first one to go. So it's going to come down to scheduling.
Except
the feds are going to get it.
Yep.
Feds are going to get it. Yep. It's going to be New York. It's going to be the feds.
Oh, yeah.
So the act of terrorism was interesting, but I did actually understand that because it's you engage in behavior like that and you do the manifesto and you do all the above. You're clearly trying to do something.
Yeah, don't have a manifesto.
No, don't do that. Don't write a letter to the feds unless it says this is my lawyer's information. That's the only thing you're allowed to include in that letter. This is my lawyer's information. So that's all you're allowed
to the feds at all.
I really wouldn't. I don't know why. I mean, the internet is interneting over this case, but it really is. It's not a hard prosecution. I mean, from the hardest part was creating the trail that identifies the individual. Once you identify the individual, everything else about it is pretty straightforward. All those charges.
Well, and the thing is that money is not going to be a problem for them. They're going to throw so much money at this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
this prosecution is going to be. I mean, he's not going to see sunshine for quite some time.
No, and it looks like they've done their homework. It looks like they've connected all the dots there, and I don't think this is going to be a super interesting trial.
This is boring. It's kind of boring. Reading through the affidavit and the indictment, I mean, you get curious about what's in the letter or what's in the laptop. They're probably still doing forensic review of the laptop.
Probably will, but it is kind of boring. It is. I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, I suspect they're going to try to argue sort of covertly a jury nullification verdict, and that'll be fun if that turns into a thing.
I mean, he had it coming. That's pretty tough. Although, it's New York. Crazier things have happened. Who knows? So I guess we'll see what happens. I don't know that we're going to see a whole lot. I know his behavior's been interesting. I'm not really curious about it. A lot of it for me was just the indictment, see what information they had, what charges they were going to bring. It is rather limited and rather restrained at this point in time. I say limited because all those offenses are offenses that carry a whole lot of years. And it seems like there's not a whole lot of a defense to those allegations.
No, I mean,
we'll just have to see how it plays out.
I'm going to make a wild prediction here, which is that he spends the rest of his life in jail.
Yeah.
Like that is the end of that.
Yeah. The question is it a New York one? And is it federal or is it state? Feds are going to get the first crack at him.
I mean, the feds are likely to, try to take this over. So, yeah.
Either way. Okay, let's get caught up on some of these chats, and then we'll get to the more interesting topics / funny topics. I need funny right now. I very much need funny right now. I need funny. Wrongful rage. Sorry for the loss. It was a terrible loss. Hope you're doing well. Just know as long as his memory is in your heart, he's always with you. Let the tears flow, but remember, he is with all of us. He absolutely is. He being Jeff, he being Dr. Moo, he being both of those lovely individuals, he being Michael Rivers, they're always around. So, yeah, that is absolutely true. Lady Fang, my cat turned 16 today. I'm making her wear a unicorn horn party hat when we have her party tonight. You are having a cat party.
I also have a suggestion. Gauze. Lots of gauze.
It's a cat party, a cat birthday party. 16.
An angry cat is like a falling knife. It has no handle.
Never heard that. Angry cat is like a falling knife. No handle. Yeah, I can see that one. Well, happy birthday to your cat. Lucy Snakes will hiss. Passed my second exam on my access court despite fibro. That is awesome. Congratulations. Way to go. I love seeing all the success stories from everyone in the chat. It's one of my favorite things in the world. Alan Muller, sword mage, wear armor when you go. It is a case of a mall in the night visitors. Yeah, Tyson's Corner, the mall was an interesting choice. I went to the mall last weekend and I don't need to go back ever again. I'm done.
Oh, the mall is the worst place on the planet.
Also, no, it's going to make me sound really old when I say it, but my God, what are these people? What are people wearing these days? What are people wearing these days? I told you it was going to make me sound like an old curmudgeon when I said it. But
and you weren't wrong. You totally do sound like an old curmudgeon when you say it.
I know. But it just, I was walking around and it was instantly in my head going, nope. Mini Mischief 1, nope. You, nope. I'm not ready for this world. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Sensational social with Beth, taking grandsons shop for my daughter. I'm all done. I am all not done. Chrissy Lee, happy to see you here. Chrissy, Merry Christmas. I hope you and your family and everyone here has a blessed holiday. I hope you do as well, Chrissy. Many blessings indeed. The great big Greek, someone who has had to tell patients that will be 2,000 to breathe this month. I say, what, Murda? He was the nicest guy all around. Nicest guy around. I know people have thoughts. I just will never be able to justify the unlawful killing of another person. There are no less than 10 different songs titled Deny, Defend, Depose regarding the United Healthcare CEO. It's a whole lot of people making a whole lot of content. Kate may be crocheting my final Christmas presents while watching FNF. Thanks, Rob, for all you do. Wishing you and your family a happy and safe holiday. Thank you, Kate. Same to you and yours. Dr. Bullbutter, so much loss recently. Yes. A lot of yes. Canonically Heat, please like the stream if you have not done so yet. Please do indeed. There are 2,232 of you watching. There's a little like button there. Just hit the button, please. Takes 2 seconds. We'll still be here when you get back. And if you like the content, please subscribe. YouTube does that thing where they say they don't unsubscribe people,
but they unsubscribe people.
They unsubscribe people because I get emails and text messages. I totally was subscribed. I forgot. They unsubscribe. Yeah, exactly. Brotherhood of the do the things, hug the tie, enjoy the Brotherhood of the Traveling Tie, hug a mod, happy holidays. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Very kind.
I really need this holiday.
Oh, we both absolutely do. Tammy Fayette.
Also, hi, Rob. Don't buy gift certificates.
No, I don't do that.
Gift certificates are the worst. I will go on a rant whenever Rob lets me.
I gave cash to my paralegal and our assistant and my associate. See, that's a gift that you can use anywhere. Cash is spendable anywhere. But I feel like gift certificates, you're kind of dictating to that person where they can spend money.
When I wanted to be a jerk, I used to find the most obscure gift certificates as you possibly could. So the best one I found was a coffin store that offered gift certificates.
Okay.
Every gift certificate, like the sort of idea was that when somebody passed, you could, what do you call it? You could basically buy a coffin or whatever for them. And, the wrinkle on that was that, they didn't have specified amounts because it would just be put however much. So they would let me go in and get like a $20 gift certificate to the coffin store. And they didn't have anything for sale that's less than like $2,000. So I had fun with that whenever there was like a gift exchange. Like the white elephant gift. It's like, oh, here's a gift certificate to the coffin store.
That is my new go-to. That I am now using. I am stealing that. Okay. But, I was going, when would you do something like that? And that is.
It also works if you just really don't like somebody.
That's pretty good. I like that one. Okay. Well, learn something new every day. Like I said, Tammy Fayette. Hi, Rob and Ian. Hope you do a maritime case on Monday. Thank you. Y'all are the best. Are you doing Dudley Stevens on Monday?
I might. Yeah.
It's fun. It's not a fun case. Terrible case, but really interesting case. Lady Fang, we really need some Rob and Ian banter tonight. We will get there. I promise you. Luigi Mangioni was the most boring of the topics. Tammy Fayette, I'm now going to bother Rob and Ian about whether each case has cannibals in it. That's a reference to Dudley and Stevens.
And just
Cannibalism on the
to
high seas.
Jeff always loved his cannibalism
He
cases.
really did love his cannibalism cases. Yeah. That's gonna, yeah. Crazy Cat Queen, my hubs and I are considering a move to Canada, but methinks Mexico or South America is looking better right now. I like where I am. Right, man, while I see Uncle Runkletarianism, would it be possible to have the government adjudicated to be a vexatious litigant? Oh, Uncle Runkletarianism. I imagine the government doesn't have standing to litigate.
Under Runkletarianism, there will still be secret agents. However, they'll be so secret that nobody knows that they're secret agents, including the agents themselves.
Exactly, including them. The agency won't even know the agency exists. The name's secret agents. Cindy Collins, thank you for the gift to remind me to come watch. That's one. Jolene, see the amazing police work pros in Laken Riley case. You mean, did I see the police work in the Laken Riley case? I did, and I watched that case, some of that trial, and I don't have the stomach for some of that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't. People were like, "Are you going to cover this?" And I'm like, "Nope."
I don't have the stomach for that.
Yeah,
I couldn't. There's no way. I watched it. I did watch a lot of it, and pretty horrible. Cindy Collins, happy half and half. Past 2 weeks have been wild. Found out I'm pregnant with my first on the same day hubby had a type of stroke. Well, that's not conflicting at all, because I was about to just shout congratulations, and now I feel interesting. I mean, congratulations are still absolutely in order, but I hope he's okay. Not major, but he may have a case of Bowie, Tom York, forever, maybe.
I mean, if it ends up being
if that's what comes of that, then that's okay. I'm glad that you caught it. I'm glad he seems to be doing well, and congratulations on the pregnancy. Firstborn. It's a whole lot of excitement coming your way. Apocalypse DOA, your poll missed the option. If I don't know, my wife does all the Christmas shopping. I will say the number of packages that have shown up at my house it is astounding. It is astounding. However, I will give you a funny story. So funny story. I'm sitting there, we're putting Mini Mischief 1 to bed. And during the process of putting her to bed, there's a laptop open on the bed, and they are adding things to a Christmas list. One, Amazon Christmas list, terrible idea, because you can share them with family, and certain members of family, grandparents, tend to just see something pop up on the list and they just purchase it. The amount of stuff that is at my house right now. So we are sitting there, and Mini Mischief 1 turns to me and says, well, what do you want for Christmas? And I said back, everything that I want for Christmas is under this roof right now. And without missing a beat, she looks at me and she goes, well, why do packages keep showing up in your name? And I was like, ouch. That hurts. Like, ouch. Why do you keep buying stuff on Amazon? You little shit. But she totally got me. I was like, because you win. Fine.
Just shut up, you little brat. I'm sending them back.
Shut up. Yeah. For the kids, I wish you both happy holidays. You as well, for the kids. I've been here long enough to know you both have hearts of gold. The time you give us and the memories we make during our streams magically makes you both Santa all year long. Love.
Oh, yes, Rob, somebody from the chat. So can I send you guys a what is it? Can I send the minis Yellies as a Christmas gift?
No.
Do you know what those are?
Nope. Nope.
They're little toys that move in response to noise.
Yeah, no.
So the kids have to yell at them to make them go.
No. No, because then the thing is, when you yell in this house, Leo feels like he's being left out of a conversation. So he starts barking, and he's like, why? You're talking. I'm going to talk. And then
Potter does that too.
It just devolves. Oh, don't judge us. You sound like my husband. I'm not judging. I'm just saying there's so much stuff at this house. There are boxes everywhere. And the boxes are coming in the kids' names. I don't know what to do. But thank you for the kids. That was very kind of you. Vincent Rando, I'm doing my yearly reread of A Christmas Carol, and anytime Scrooge is shown what other people think of him, all I can think of is a dead CEO. Okay. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts about that case. Baby Gator, need more green in your chat. Thanks for the 28 months. There's a lot of green in the chat. Baby Gator gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Baby Gator. And I also
saw another large gift in there as well.
Sandy gifted 50 memberships earlier today. Canonically, he gifted 20 memberships. Ryan Man YYC gifted 5 memberships. You guys just keep growing. Laura Christine gifted 10 memberships. You guys just keep on growing the members, which means I got to get my damn shop put together. Sandy gives 20 more gifted memberships. It's a lot. You guys are so generous. I need to get the shop stream set up so I can actually do stuff and spend more time with the members.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I need to actually get back into the shop. I don't know. We'll see.
Gen V, we want you comfy Runkle. Merry Christmas. So they voted just because Rob, New York is running on the 2002 revision of the Uniform Commercial Code. 9 years behind the next states. The most recent revision is 2023. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. Marmar, thank you for the generosity, Marmar. I'm very sorry for your loss. Very sorry for your loss. Thank you, chat, for your lovely messages, hearts, and hugs. I love Moo all. You've been amazingly supportive these past few days. Absolutely. For those of you who don't know, Marmar is also a maker and makes all kinds of lovely things as well. Felting, right? That's her go-to?
Yeah.
Beautiful felting, too. SF, a give send go has been set up for Jeff's son, Jeff by his son. Yes, the link is at the top of the chat. Purple Dragon Air, 2024 is just a terrible year when it comes to cherished loved ones passing. Cheers to the beloved memories of those people, and that 2025 brings happier times. I will cheers to that. 2025, man, I got a lot of hopes for you. 2025, please don't let me down. My friend's dog ran away to my basement suite.
That's your dog now.
Yeah, that's the rule of dogs. Just because I bought a gift for my niece after realizing how off my gauge was on a sweater I was knitting her. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. How far into the sweater knit were you? You know, you just save it and give it to somebody else that you love very much. J. Michael RN, that's 100 gifted memberships from J. Michael RN, 70 from Sandy, by the way. Thank you for the gifted memberships, J. Michael RN. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Sammy, I'm going to butcher that. Drive. Wishing you a happy holiday, Rob and Ian. Question for Runkle. Is it true that saying sorry doesn't count as admission of guilt in Canada?
So it depends on your province, but a lot of provinces have set up a rule that basically says that an apology is not an admission. Now, the reason why is because Canadians do apologize a lot, but also it's in large part to facilitate doctors. Because one of the things that comes up a lot is you've got, somebody gets sick and they, or they have like a bad, health outcome. And one of the things that leads to them wanting to sue is that they feel that they've been mistreated, that they really wanted somebody to apologize to them and that was not done. So it actually does cut down on lawsuits because sometimes what people really want out of all of this is an apology. So yeah, that's kind of a whole thing. But now the caveat to that is that it's often not that difficult to turn an apology into an admission. And I did this when I was an articling student. I had somebody who I was there to do a deposition. I don't do depositions much because I don't do civil law.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They sent me to do a deposition as an articling student.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went, and my objectives was really go do a deposition because somebody, like, you should get some practice doing depositions. We don't really need anything out of this, but just go do what you can.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this was a case where a child was run over. And I asked this person, so you said you were sorry after, at the scene. And he said, yeah. And I said, and you said that because it was your fault, right? And he said, yes.
Oh,
that second answer is an admission.
That second answer is a little different than the first one.
Yep.
I mean,
so yeah, it's but you can see how I said I was sorry really quickly turns into you were sorry for a reason, though.
Yeah. So be cautious of what you're saying out loud, especially when being interviewed by police.
Yep. Or, by hostile counsel.
Yeah, definitely true. Marley R., I miss Jeff so much. You are not alone in that thought. Roger De Laborde, I looked this up when Ian was talking. That was where my eyes were glinting to the other side.
Oh, did you hear about this one?
SV car in Spain. I hadn't, but I just looked it up. So BBC article, Google Street View image helps police unlock a murder case.
Yeah, this is wild.
2 days ago, Google Street View image of a man loading a large white plastic bag into the boot of his car helped unravel a murder case in northern Spanish town. That is something. That is Google Maps. At least it is something good. They did something good. Some transported large white bundle of wheelbarrow. There you go. So Google Maps.
The map did nothing wrong.
The map did nothing. Well, shut up. Not in this case. The map did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong in this case. Mama Wolf, thank you very much. It's been a hard couple of months. We lost my brother-in-law suddenly on November 17th, and our septic backed up and flooded our basement last week. I'm so sorry. My neurospicy kids do not enjoy their home being invaded by strangers. That's fair. I'm sorry. Yeah. I hope things turn around. I hope 2025 brings good things, good tidings to all of us. Shut up and leave me alone. Bah humbug. RA is doing a Festivus stream on Monday, hence the new name in prep for the stream. That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification on the screen name. Cynic in Chief. Runkle hails as a nicer lawyer than Gingras. I don't know. I'd listen to some of Gingras' stuff. It was kind of interesting. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you for the gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Mama Betts, have you wrapped those presents? Happy holidays. Nope, I have not wrapped the presents yet. Still have presents to wrap. Light Queen, happy holidays. Thank you both for everything you do. I hope Santa is kind to everyone. I do as well. Karina A, hi, Rob and Runkle. Rob, Virginia accent, please. I'll bring it out at some point in time. Hopefully this stream. Bob, thanks for becoming a member. Love the name. Ian loves the name too. He loves using the name in hypotheticals of people that end up not happy. A non-mouse. Regular clothes on cats. 3 possible outcomes. Kinsu knives, acceptance, or the flop. Same with dogs. Except the dogs don't really do the knives part.
No, the dogs just make the sad, or they try to climb out.
Yeah, they do that part. Cheryl P, thank you for the gifted memberships. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you. And thanks to everybody else in the chat for doing that. Darkfire Zero, thanks for becoming a member. Lynn, Rob, I don't suppose you've had time to go to your P.O. box. That's on the list of things I have to do. My list of things to do is, let's put it this way. It begins at the top of the stairs and goes to the bottom of the stairs. So it's there. It is there. I do have to go, and I need to get a bunch of stuff out in the mail. David Craig, heart for those hurting tonight. indeed, David. There's a lot, and that heart is very well received. Latina, no cameras in New York at Luigi trial. I
That is
imagine not.
unfortunate.
They don't want to give. I mean, they don't want to give a platform. I understand why. Zam, hey, sorry I'm late. Zam, never apologize. You're always here. Merry Christmas, Robin Ian. Merry Christmas to you and Carol Greer. Merry Christmas, Robin Ian. Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to everyone involved. Okay, now, who wants to chuckle a little bit? What do you want to do? What do you want to laugh about? Fani Willis? You want to laugh about Haley Welch?
I mean, any and all.
Let's end the poll on the who's done their Christmas shopping. So, Christmas shopping poll, there's 1,800 votes. As of the 1,846 votes, 28% of you said that you were done by Thanksgiving. I don't like any of you. Just kidding. 14% did not even close. 18% of you said haven't started. And 40% of you said just a few more presents. So you guys are ambitious. All right. Let's talk about the Hawk Tuah.
Oh, that's fun.
Let's swoop to this one. We'll do 2 swoops. 1 swoop. 2 swoop. Okay. So Haley Welch. We talked about this case. Well, not this case, but the situation. We had a discussion about this 2 weeks ago. And this has been one of the fastest turnaround times I think I've ever seen in filing of a lawsuit from the incident that actually took place that resulted in the lawsuit. And it all stemmed back from an influencer who became popular, who did the thing that influencers do when they're trying to maintain their celebrity status. And it is somehow creating a crypto stupid thing.
I mean, she wasn't even trying to maintain her status. She just that was 8 o'clock day one.
It was something to behold. It absolutely.
The time from unknown to crypto scam was
under a year, right? Because it was
20 minutes.
Was it during the summer? Was it during the summer that all occurred? And then she created a podcast, and then she did this other stuff. So just to get people caught up to speed, there was an alleged rug pull. So they created a cryptocurrency, they pumped it up, and they basically said that we've got these other things. And all of a sudden, the value of this thing shoots to the moon. And then there's the massive sell-off. And people sell off, and all of a sudden, people are losing money. Why people are investing in the first place, I don't know. But again, with these influencer crypto things, the problem is a lot of their following are people that are not financially savvy in this regard. They're not people that should be investing in crypto.
I mean, I can give you the list of people who should be investing in crypto. That was the list. I just did it.
I've got cases, right? I've got cases with crypto assets that are driving me nuts. Because then trying to convince a judge how to divide it and how to make the division is always just, you want to see people's eyes glaze over. Try talking to a judge about crypto and then telling the value of the asset and having him try to divide it. It's interesting.
You're like, Your Honor, the value of this is really just fraud. And
so this is a bit of a recap. The recap is about 6 minutes long, and this is CoffeeZilla just doing CoffeeZilla things and then just going in on this crypto sale. And I'm laying this out as context for where we're going to get to next, because we talked about this 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks ago, we had a lovely prediction. I think prediction was, are there criminal charges coming? And we said, maybe. And I was pretty sure. And I basically said, no. She's definitely getting sued, like 100% getting sued. But criminal charges, we don't know yet. So let's go ahead and give this a listen for a little bit and just get caught up.
Miserable, horrible launches I've ever
Can you hear that?
Yep.
seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain.
That is Haley Welch, who is up in the top left corner of your screen. Now you're about to see a little mute button get placed over her name, because when CoffeeZilla is starting to go in at you, you kind of shut up.
For a while.
Well, she mutes herself.
Generated
Yeah.
over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No. That's not true.
That is true. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
Yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We could answer that.
That sounded like an
about the
admission to
insider
me.
trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens
CoffeeZilla,
going directly from the main account,
CoffeeZilla, just chill for a second.
and then it's getting sold for $50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for $50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now we had.
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen. Doesn't
not
matter.
me.
No, I'm not everyone. There was a
You're different.
strategic allocation, right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet. You've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much did
sale.
y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that we
Selling out
made.
your fans. So other
Over here,
people
can you
jump
give
on your
exact?
fans.
Hold on, CoffeeZilla, take a chill pill, brother.
I just noticed that the avatar for the person Groovy ETH who's there listening just keeps posting the laughing and then 100 emojis.
Yeah. So
Listen,
Y'all just
see-
rug pulled a bunch of people. What are
No,
you
there's
talking-
no rug. We're
No rug. Seems like there was a rug. No, internet. You're not gonna do that.
So for the people who are like wondering what happened here, the coin went from it lost like 90% of its value within
sniped it up to an insane
Like an
market.
hour?
No, it's
And
not.
because the
Yeah.
people who got to buy coins ahead of time sold out immediately. And yeah.
Just
That
snipers.
was not us.
Not
That
just
was
that,
listen.
you know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
Oh,
it's
I'm
not,
sure
it's
that's
not
not
a
you getting
scheme.
those fees,
It's
right?
not a
Who's making
scheme.
the money
It's
on
not
the
a-
fees?
it's
Who's
not a
making
scheme.
millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's making
project. So we
fees?
can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who
right?
makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all,
Yeah.
the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the
that-
project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
How much
there's-
does Haley
and there's a
Welch
lo-
own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So
and-
she owns
and
all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug? I'm just
Do
trying to figure out
you know
who
how?
owns it.
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself, right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand.
God, I love this. He just keeps on talking and saying
Live
words.
your life in a way that CoffeeZilla never shows up in your
Yeah.
in your group chat.
And he just keeps on saying words. Like, this is not an advisable time to say words. You don't say words. You say anything but words. But he just keeps on filling the space with words.
If I was
Awesome.
doing anything in the crypto sphere and I see CoffeeZilla just shows up in my spaces, it's
But-
like space is over.
Yeah.
End space.
The owner is this entity over here, and the owner is Haley Welch.
Understand. I'm just asking.
We're
who
here
actually
every single
makes the
day.
millions of
Day
dollars in
one,
fees from the
day
rug.
2, day 3. This is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. How? And first of all, over here can speak.
Johnny Osprey, I don't like you right now. I mean, I really like you because it's hilarious. Because I did the second I read that, and Chuckles, I'm in danger. Yeah. If you didn't hear Ralph Wiggum in your head just like make that statement from The Simpsons, one, you're my people. That's awesome.
To the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do.
Go.
I also like how he's like, you know how much it costs to set something up in the Cayman Islands? And I'm like, why don't you just go and confess? Right? It's like, why? Nothing good happens in the Cayman Islands.
No.
Do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're used to.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welsh make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
I like the guy.
How much did she own of it?
Emojis.
It's a foundation. She owns 0 of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited over $1 million was just
I'm
made?
telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way,
for the chat,
foundation.
Basically what he's saying is like, let's say I start a corporation and it's like Runkle of the Bailey LLC. Oh, right, that exists. And so if I say, hey, I didn't make any money, it all went to the corporation. Well, that is complete bullshit because it's my corporation. I just, whenever I want, I go in and like pull the money out and then give it to me, right? Like, saying, oh, it's the foundation is like saying, I didn't make any money. It just went into my pocket. It's the pocket that made all the money. Like,
yeah, pretty much. And then he goes, who owns the foundation? He goes, it's a foundation. It's a foundation. It's a foundation. It's a foundation. I'm pretty sure we've established it's a foundation. Yeah. Nanner, what the fuck is a CoffeeZilla? CoffeeZilla is a content creator who's does investigative journalism. And loves just breaking crypto.
Better investigative journalist than like, I was going to say 99%, but I'm just going to go ahead and just round that up to 100% of investigative journalists out there who try to investigate this stuff because he actually understands it. Whereas like when you see the mainstream media try to investigate a crypto scam, they're like, there was some cryptos and people lost money and I don't know. I just keeps on filling space with words.
I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
Well, when you're charging,
who cares where fees go? That is such an insane.
What? Who cares where fees go? They go. Excuse
me? The people
who
pay the fees care where fees go. That's what fees are about. Oh my God, I hate this man so much.
It's so great though. No, I love.
Oh, CoffeeZilla is amazing. I
love the stupidity of answering the question. I love this. I didn't invest in this, and I feel sorry for anyone who did. But I do not hate this man. I am enjoying the entertainment I'm getting out of him trying to explain his way out of a dark hole.
It goes to accounts. It goes to directors.
You're charging 50%
staff,
of the rug pool, and you're profiting from the
There's
rug
no
pool.
rug pool because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc, do the math.
Oh,
do the
you
math.
should sue CoffeeZilla for defamation.
Someone's tried that before.
Yeah, I could just see how that would go. Sue him for defamation about this particular thing. You could sue your way into jail for the rest of time.
Yep, because he gets to defend himself with truth and then just lay out all the receipts.
Well, and not only does he get to lay out all the receipts, he gets to get all of the receipts because then he would be able to, in discovery, demand all of that information. And so at that point, you have just given CoffeeZilla carte blanche to dig through your financials? I cannot imagine a dumber move. This is like you sit down to play chess and you're sitting there and you look at the pieces for a long time and you're like, I'm in check. I'm just going to shit myself. That's the move he's making here. Rob is like, it is 1 hour and 55 minutes in. Runkle,
you're
you couldn't
fine.
wait 5 minutes.
I don't. It's not going to bother me. It really doesn't.
I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, Logan Paul. People in the chat were saying Logan Paul sued, but then he dropped the lawsuit. I thought.
Did he drop it? I don't think so. I'll have
Or
to
was
look
it
that
sued
up
in
now.
California?
I gotta look that up.
Sorry, my ADHD brain ADHD.
I mean, the thing is Logan Paul is also in a very special category of people who can sue.
Well, he has money.
Yeah, he can just burn
shitload of it.
cash in order to be a dick.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, like, what are they going to do? Oh, we're going to impose costs. You have to pay both sides costs. And it's like, he's like, oh, how much is it? And it's like $500,000. He's like, hold on, let me dig out my wallet. It's like, where did you get a $500,000 bill? He's like, yeah, they had to make them for me.
Yeah, I'm doing this right now because actually now I'm curious enough that. I don't like that my mouse is clicky. That's going to make no sense whatsoever, but I don't like that my mouse has these like it's really loud. I need silent mouse. That's me nuts. No, the lawsuit's still going. Hang on. Scheduling order pre-trial conference. Bush protective order, so everything's sealed. Alternate dispute resolution report, so they referred them to ADR.
Canada used to have a $1,000 bill. They stopped issuing it because people used it to people would use it for, what do you call it? Like drug trafficking or, money laundering and cash transport and so forth. And yeah, they're no longer legal tender.
Here's people are asking what the status was. Here's status. Status of the lawsuit. Joint alternate dispute resolution report. So this is filed December 3rd. Logan Paul versus CoffeeZilla. So these two individuals, person responsible for settlement negotiations, multiple informal telephone conversations regarding potential settlement. Do not anticipate that any settlement is imminent, but agree to remain open to the possibility. Do not believe that alternate dispute resolution is appropriate at this stage of the case, but they agree to complete mediation by June 26, 2025. Willing to mediate before a magistrate judge, or they'll select a mediator. So they're still in court, still back and forth, still fighting.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those cases where ADR is not going to be super helpful.
It's a defamation case. Someone has to admit they're wrong.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, my read on it is that Logan Paul just wants to try to crush CoffeeZilla financially. And if that's the case, then he's got no reason to actually have any sort of settlement discussion for anything other than like, well, if you pay me all of your money that you've ever made and ever will make, and admit you were wrong, and and it's like, okay, I guess technically it's a settlement resolution discussion, but it's not really. So,
Dude, I love practicing in the Eastern District of Virginia because I'm looking at this case. This case was filed June 27, 2024. The original trial date is scheduled October of 2025. In Eastern District of Virginia, rocket docket case, I mean, they resolve cases within 12 months. So, I mean, it's not the longest schedule in the world, but they basically sealed up all discovery. Okay. Anyways, now that sidetrack has been sidetracked and we've closed the loop on that one.
You released 3%.
You're defaming our character.
You're not going to let talk?
And mute him. And in perhaps
bullshit. So why?
No,
why
you're
am I
not. You're
gonna take it
talking over
seriously?
me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day one from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam.
Well,
I love that he threw that in there twice. Like, that's my opinion. He's like, oh yeah, lawyer. That's my opinion.
I only
Is
do this for
Coffeezilla
a
a lawyer?
living.
No, he's probably talking about like conversations with his lawyer, like legal department.
Well, and the thing
is
is that scam is a pretty broad
term.
Yeah, I mean, what makes something a scam?
Driven? Yeah, as a term, the term scam kind of implies opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's different terms. And, the example I've given when covering Janet, because, Janet is suing for defamation, is that if I say that she's a moron, that is different than if I say that she is, that she
unintelligent.
Well, not unintelligent, because that's also opinion. But if I said something like, she murdered the Lindbergh baby or something, something real specific. And again, she's not going to sue me because that's an obviously ridiculous hypothetical. At least, sorry, I said she's not going to sue me over that. If she has two brain cells and they meet in a dark corner of her brain, then she won't sue me over that. But
well, here's the thing. You just laid out a thing that I don't know is going to happen. All right. So Coffeezilla does his blow up. And then at the end of the stream, this is my favorite part. End of the stream of this little Twitter Spaces thing, we get, this little snippet.
Oh, this
is my favorite. This is my very favorite. So Haley Welch is still up here, top left, who is now unmuted.
Not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated. There's an actual
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
She sound like a cartoon beaver?
Yes, version of a human. Yes, he sounds like a cartoon version of a human. What?
What? Okay.
Now the benefit is it's only 21 seconds, so I mean we can listen to it multiple times.
It's not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated. There's an actual
Hey guys.
No, I need to hear this because it brings me joy. It brings me joy. Let me experience joy.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Insert the narrator. The narrator inserts in this tone and says, they did not see her tomorrow. She did not
Or for
surface
like 2
tomorrow.
weeks.
Or for 2 weeks, because the internet kept on reporting via meme that Haley Welch went to bed 5 days ago. Haley Welch went to bed 6 days ago. It became, she did not go on her podcast. She did not post on social media. She did not do anything. Nothing. Silent. Absolutely silent. Lady Drake, I don't like you for saying this because now I hear it too. It's Bart Simpson. Shit. Now we got another Simpson character reference. So she completely disappeared for 2 weeks, completely gone, out of the surface, out of everything, gone, until all of a sudden,
Recovery addict.
where is he?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
You don't sound like a 10-year-old child. Just
it actually took until there were like people were starting to hypothesize that she might be like dead.
yeah, because there was no post whatsoever. Like,
Yeah.
just she was gone until this week, or until today, rather. Was it today? Let me see. I think it was. Let's see. Yeah, 12 hours ago. And oddly enough, it coincides. So this was her resurfacing after her lovely slumber. Haley Welch, I take this situation extremely seriously. I want to address my fans, the investors who have been affected, and the broader community. I am fully cooperating with and am committed to assisting the legal team representing the individuals impacted, as well as to help uncover the truth, hold the responsible parties accountable, and resolve this matter. If you have experienced losses related to this, please contact Berwick Law using the link below.
Is this not actually just straight up the craziest shit you've ever seen?
It's fucking wild.
Like, she's named in this lawsuit and she's like,
Well, she's not.
please, isn't she?
She's not.
Oh,
No.
wow. Okay. That's even, huh.
Now, she's not named yet. Not yet. But yeah, so 2 weeks after going to bed, she wakes up and just goes, you know what I'm going to do?
She might be smarter than I gave her credit for, because it might be that she wasn't gone to bed. It might be that she was
Talking to her
keeping
fucking
her
lawyer?
mouth
Sorry.
shut while she was talking to the lawyer
It
and
looks that
working
way.
out a side deal where she's like, hey, I don't want to, like, whatever. So how about I throw everyone else under the bus? And I bet the lawyer's like, yes, please.
Yeah, the lawyer's like, we can spin this. Maybe we can
I bet
spin this.
I bet she gets brought in by the other side.
And that's the thing. I think there's going to be an in plead, or there'll be some amended complaint. There's going to be something that's going to try and bring her in. She's not in there yet. Not
The
yet.
other side, the defendants, are going to be like, she was secretly the mastermind. We're just a bunch of puppets. She hired us to do this.
We are puppets. Puppets, we are. Yeah. And lo and behold, the same day that she resurfaces from her slumber, we have the opportunity to review an actual complaint. Give me 1 second. Actually, there's 2 that were filed today. 2 complaints were filed today. Because what did I say? I guaranteed that something was going to happen. Are they the same attorney? Hang on. Yep, same attorney. Okay, so we're going to read. They both 29 pages? Okay, they're one's 29, one's 30, so they're probably identical allegations. Which one? Let's go with Peace fund. So I guaranteed that we might not see criminal charges, but we certainly will see a civil lawsuit. Absolutely. Hey,
I
y'all,
hope
I'm
we
going
see
to bed.
criminal charges.
Yeah, we'd be really interesting. Especially when the complaint is this for violations of federal securities laws. So we're no longer in the Southern District of New York. We're in the Eastern District of New York, I think. Yeah, Eastern District of New York. Alboini, Dhaliwal, a lot of individuals. So it's about what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9,
Did they
10.
seriously call the foundation the Tuah the Moon Foundation?
Yes, they did. Yes, they absolutely did. They absolutely did. That is.
Can
that
I
was
just
part of
say
the
that
joke.
this pun, I want to like, I don't know, drown it in a toilet?
Yeet. Yes.
Yeah.
It's terrible. So, several plaintiffs versus Alex Larson Schultz, Over Here Limited, Clinton SO, and the Tuah the Moon Foundation. It's the foundation. Foundation, the foundation. It's the foundation. Table of contents. Actual background. Haley Welch, the token, all the above, causes of action, prayer for relief, jury demand. Plaintiffs, as defined below, by and through undersigned counsel, allege the following upon information belief, except as to the allegations concerning plaintiffs, which are alleged upon personal knowledge. Just lawyer speak. Plaintiffs' information belief are based upon, among other things, counsel's investigation, which includes without limitation review and analysis of news articles, websites, state corporate filings, other publicly available information concerning Alex Larson, Over Here Limited, Clinton SO, and the Tuah the Moon Foundation, the defendants, as well as the Hawk token. This action arises from the unlawful promotion and sale of the Hawk Tuah cryptocurrency meme coin known as Hawk token. The token, or Hawk, which defendants offered and sold to the public without proper registration. They leveraged an extensive social media following of Haley Welch, a prominent social media personality known as the Hawk Tuah Girl. It sounds so stupid. Okay.
You know what?
Tomorrow-
I've decided I want everyone in jail just for the Tuah
Just
shit.
for the Tuah shit. Just so dumb.
I also can't believe she's got a successful podcast because, like, I heard her voice there, and I was just like, A, she does not come off as like somebody I want to listen to for life advice, and B, her voice does not come off as somebody I want to listen to at all. So yeah. Yeah.
Just, okay. To market the token as a groundbreaking cryptocurrency project through aggressive promotional campaigns.
Oh,
and
it
promises
broke
of
some
future
ground.
growth. It broke the ground on the way down to the. Yep. Created a speculative frenzy that caused the token's market value to spike shortly after launch, reaching a significant market capitalization. The token was offered by defendants in collaboration with Over Here, a Web3 launch platform.
Like
Hawk was
sometimes
supposed
breaking
to-
ground is just you are digging a grave.
Yeah. Supposed to emphasize community engagement, inclusivity, and bridge mainstream culture with the cryptocurrency world. Defendants' promotional efforts included posts highlighting the token's groundbreaking nature, inclusivity, and roadmap for adoption. They leveraged her celebrity status and connections to enhance the token's credibility and appeal, including discussing the project during her podcast, featuring notable guests. Wait, I gotta look at this real quick. I didn't see. Did she purge her Twitter? Because she was all over the place on this.
Ooh, if she purged her Twitter, that's not going to look good.
No, it looks like she left it there.
Because that's not a good look at all if you nuke
You
your
know, it's
Twitter.
not a good look. This is not a good look. Just that, yeah, it's live. Oh my gosh, yeah, it's it's live.
Yeah.
They portrayed it more than a speculative asset, portraying it as a cultural movement with significant growth potential. Welch's involvement and reputation as a trusted public figure since fucking when? Signaled to her followers that a potential investor that the project was poised for success, fostering an expectation of profits based on her efforts. Doing
Like
what?
literally, she's the person from the blowjob meme.
Doing what?
This is not who you should take financial advice from.
There was a joke I could use there. I'm not. Just
Are you talking about the expectation that the coin would go down in the context?
just there's various jokes that can be made. There are various jokes that can be made, and we're restraining ourselves because we're pretending to be adults for a short period of time.
I am not. No.
The token launched on Solana blockchain. The launch had rapid growth in trading activity and market capitalization. However, the token's value experienced significant volatility, losing a substantial portion of its value in hours. The token's launch.
So to explain for the chat, the Tuah girl created a coin which expanded in volume and then suddenly
Oh no. Nope.
declined rapidly.
Nope. As if it
Rob is like,
Runkle,
nope,
purged
nope.
itself of all of the value that it had. I see exactly that it was a very it's an
You knew
intellectual
exactly
joke. It is, but I can read your mind, and that's a scary, scary thought. The fact that I knew where you were going, and everyone's laughing, but was it premature? Oh my God. Yes. And we're all immature. Yes. It was a premature. Oh my God. And the chat is just as much of adults as we are. All right. Anyways, within hours, the token's market value surged to 491 million. However, shortly after that, it plummeted more than 90%. I can't not think about that now, you son of a.
This one just really blew up in Haley Welch's face.
Oh my God. Don't say it. Guess it's what you get when you hawk Tuah and spit on that thing. Oh my God. Okay. The Hawk token exhibits all the characteristics of an unregistered security under established legal precedent. Investors made monetary investment by purchasing tokens during the pre-sale on decentralized exchanges. A common enterprise exists, as evidenced by the pooling of funds and the token's success being tied to the collective efforts of Welch. The marketing campaign, led by defendants, created a reasonable expectation of profits among investors through statements like Tuah the moon. My God, I hate this so much. I hate this. Why are we here? How am I here? Why am I here right now? And promises to redefining the crypto space. Look, if someone is telling you we're redefining any fucking space, they're fucking lying to you. Are you kidding me? Finally, the token's success depended entirely on entrepreneurial and managerial efforts of Welch and her project team, who has zero fucking experience in crypto. She was interviewed and did a stupid Is that thing copywritten? Is that interview thing copywritten?
Probably.
I am so tempted, but I'm not, because if I bring it up,
they might hit you on that one.
and that's you all know the meme. You can go to the meme.
Besides, they're just going to try to explain about this, and their explanations are going to be, in hindsight, really tough to swallow.
Children. Just children. Oh, baby. Okay. Well, not you don't get babies that way. Up there, I go down.
Unless you're Laura Owens.
Oh, and somehow we've gone full circle. Nope, there's a joke there too. Because you know what I did? I looked back over here. And there's the crocheted pickle and the blue balls. Okay.
Oh man.
Those
Now,
of you
did
who
they
are
start
wondering-
this did they start the lawsuit with comes now?
No, they did not. They did not. Which I don't know if it's a missed opportunity or what.
It's like the only time it would have actually made sense.
People are asking, for those of you who were gifted a membership, go back and watch all the member videos, by the way, because I read stories that talk about like this blue balls or whatever the hell it is. Those are just the crocheted. One of you sent me the jiggle wiggle tickle pickle and then someone's blue balls. Okay, here we go. Maturity, wherever you are, I could use you right now. Despite these clear indications of its status as a security, the token was not registered by the defendants. Many of the investors were first-time cryptocurrency participants drawn to the project through her involvement. The rapid decline of the token's value caused substantial damages to investors who relied on her participation and the project's stated roadmap. What roadmap? Where was this thing going? It's going nowhere. No, it said Tuah the moon. It did. So if you were relying on it going Tuah the moon, at all relevant times, the token has been security as defined by Section 2 of the Securities Act. No registration statement has ever been filed with the SEC to register the tokens for sale. In fact, in a Twitter space that was held, this is why you don't fucking talk. This is why you shut your mouth. And there's another joke. In fact, in a Twitter space that was held after the collapse of the token, defendants so explained that the token holders would be decentralized shareholders in the common movement, where the token holders and the project would be mutual beneficiaries. The defendants issued, sold, promoted, solicited the sale of, and or solicited plaintiffs to purchase unregistered securities in violation of Section 5 and 12 of the Securities Act of 1933. Court has jurisdiction because it vests jurisdiction for claims under the Securities Act in district courts. Personal jurisdiction over the defense because they possess businesses or they conduct business or maintain or operations in the Eastern District of New York. Venue, did the things. Who are the parties? 12 plaintiffs who invested in the tokens from the defendants. Collectively, the plaintiffs suffered damages in excess of $151,000.
I am just astounded at some of these numbers. Okay, so there's a blowjob themed meme coin. I'm gonna drop nearly 19 grand into this.
Are you seeing this? Yeah. Plaintiff 1, 18,500. Plaintiff 2, 7,800. Plaintiff 3, 10,000. Plaintiff 4, 1,000. Plaintiff 5, 2,000. 6, 1,000. I mean, these are all the lower amounts of 1,000. Plaintiff Eric Peratt, Brooklyn, New York, suffered damages of $70,000.
Now, the thing is that it is still a problem to defraud stupid people. But sometimes that really hurts where you're just like, this person is so dumb that they don't deserve to have money. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen some really stupid frauds, but $70,000 on this? Are you kidding?
Well, so now we have a name to the voice that we were hearing. All right. So defendant Alex Larson Schultz. Larson promoted the project online, including on X, hosting the Twitter Spaces where he discussed the project. Also uses the persona Doc Hollywood in his online accounts and other ventures. Larson's a resident in LA. He sounds like he's from LA. Over Here Limited is a Web3 developer that served as launchpad for Hawk and promoted the project. So is he the only one who's personally sued? So he's personally sued. This entity is sued. Defendant Over Here is registered for business in Hong Kong. However, a moderator with the username Miss Macy on the official Discord server for Over Here recently posted on December 18th that Over Here is a global team and it's not just based on one country. Well, that's mods. Don't post stuff about it. Clinton So. Oh, Clinton So is his name. So whose last name is So? That's a difficult last name. Is the founder and controller of the defendant Over Here. So personally promoted the project in online spaces, including on X. He's a resident of Hong Kong. The defendant Tuah the Moon Foundation received funds from the sale of the token. The Tuah Foundation is registered and headquartered in the Cayman Islands. Foundation. We know this. The foundation. In the last few years, meme coins have emerged as a distinctive category within cryptocurrency ecosystem, characterized by their deep-rooted connection to internet culture, humor, and community engagement. These digital assets, while functioning as tradable cryptocurrencies on blockchain networks, derive their primary appeal from their association with viral trends, social media phenomena, and celebrity endorsements. My God, if you just all of those things, if you are investing based on trends, endorsements, or social media phenomena, you should not be investing. The term meme coin aptly reflects the reliance of these assets on cultural references and branding strategies that resonate strongly with online communities, serving as a tool to build awareness and attract participants. See, this is a very good way of explaining these things. Hawk token is a meme coin. Leveraging existing blockchain infrastructures, developers create and distribute meme coins with comparative ease, typically introduced through decentralized token sales or public offerings, accompanied by marketing campaigns that emphasize community-driven narratives and distinctive branding, which just always looks like pump and dump. Yet the maturity strain with this fucking case. In order to generate the initial interest in meme coin, the coin's promoters will often give away free, promotional, or discounted coins, often referred to as whitelisting or airdropping. So give away a bunch of stuff. There you go. Investors also want to be able to buy and sell those tokens in an active market in order to ensure there's a market at the time of the initial launch. Okay. Developers frequently establish liquidity pools on decentralized exchanges such as Over Here to facilitate trading, ensure market access for participants, and further enhancing the accessibility of the tokens. Internet culture, speculative nature, attracts participants seeking opportunities for financial gain in a volatile cryptocurrency market.
So it's the Hawk Tuah pump and dump. That sounds like a whole.
That's exactly what it is.
That sounds like a whole move in and of itself.
Well, if you're lucky, it's more than one move. That was really bad.
Yeah, Rob. No.
You're telling me no? You're telling me no? You of all people, you're telling me?
Correct.
No. No. Welch, known as the Hawk Tuah girl, rose to prominence following a viral video in June of 2024. Her spontaneous and humorous response during a street interview at the CMA Fest in Nashville catapulted her into the public eye, establishing her as a recognizable figure in digital culture. Her distinctive and relatable personality quickly resonated with audiences, fuck off, really, leading to a significant expansion of her social media presence. Following her viral moment, Welch amassed millions of followers across social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. Her posts, which blend personal insights There's a joke there too. What insights? What insights? Promotional content and collaborations consistently receive high levels of engagement from her fans, underscoring the strength and dedication of her community. Her influence extends across multiple online spaces where she's recognized as a trendsetter and a trusted figure amongst her followers.
Oh
Based
God.
on what? Based on what? She launched the podcast in September of 2024 because, 3 months later, why not? The math is right. Yes, my math is right. Good. Which quickly achieved significant popularity, ranking as high as number 3 in pod. I have such a low. I mean, people really? Number 3 in podcast charts. People really? You're that?
I
is what you're
I
listening
feel
to?
like a tremendous failure given that I am not like number 3 in any chart. And it's like, well, yeah.
Podcast featuring conversations with celebrities from various fields further solidified her role as a multifaceted content creator and influential voice in modern media. I love that they have to make her sound so much more significant. They need this. They need it to sound all of this. Token relied on personal brand. We knew this. The campaign began with Welch announcing the token on her social media platforms, generating immediate excitement amongst her millions of followers. Celebrity status, connection, enhance credibility, appeal, and notably discussing project during an episode of her podcast. Promotional efforts emphasize the groundbreaking nature and inclusivity while creating an expectation it would redefine the crypto space. How? Free discounted coins. We talked about that. Defendants actively promoted these initiatives on social media platforms, positioning Hawk as an inclusive yet innovative project. Join the movement. Be in the know, stay engaged, and get involved in our Telegram. Today marks the start of something special. Together with Haley Welch, we're building a loyal community around Hawk and creating a real utility for meme coins. Oh my God. This is just really? On November 5th,
They've got some notions, but they're not good.
No. On November 5th, Welch tweeted, "Tuah the moon," directly invoking a widely recognized phrase in the cryptocurrency market that signals a dramatic rise in value. I love this is written for some judge that has no fucking clue what it is.
Yes.
The statement made to her substantial social media following reinforced the notion that would experience significant appreciation. Her credibility as a public figure, I thought we talked about that before. And her direct involvement with the project amplified the statement's impact, particularly on her audience, many of whom were unfamiliar with cryptocurrency markets but trusted her endorsement. Oh my God, I hate this. This is the other thing I hate about the crypto stuff. I hate this about the crypto stuff. The stupid, pictures and comments, and they made sure she played a central role. They tied the success to her. Promotional materials distributed by Over Here and X referred to Welch as the internet's favorite meme queen and emphasized her ability to unite fans with various platforms into the Hawk ecosystem. Position Welch as the driving force behind the token's adoption and potential value appreciation, creating a reasonable expectation. She turned. She flipped. That's why she came out and made the statement. She flipped. There's no way. She's got to be cooperating with him.
I mean, of course she
has to
flipped.
be.
She's like, there's no way they're talking her up this much if she hasn't flipped. And there's no way she wasn't named as a defendant if she hadn't flipped.
Yep. Berwick Law. Right? That was the comment that she made. Contact Berwick Law. They're co-counsel.
100%.
They're co-counsel to the plaintiffs.
Yep.
So she's playing victim in this. Okay. I'm excited to partner with Haley Welch. Well, I guess if you're going to turn on him and give, I had no idea. They used my brand. They used my things. You know, that whole intelligence thing, I kind of take some of that back. I was a little smart.
I mean, she's at least smart enough to realize when she's in trouble. That's
she is. That nap did her good.
And the thing is if the ultimate like breakdown of funds, like where they went, doesn't have her holding any of the money,
yeah,
then she might be doing all right.
Now the question is, was she an owner in the foundation? And if she has understanding of the foundation structure, then they are absolutely screwed. In preparation for the launch, tokens raised approximately 2.8 million at a valuation of 16.69 million. How? During the pre-sale, they were unlocked at token generation event, enabling investors to trade them immediately upon launch. So that was the tokens that were sold during pre-sale. They also established liquidity pools on decentralized exchanges to facilitate trading and ensure market access for investors. Gained traction quickly upon launch. Rapid increase in market capitalization within hours. The market value surged to 491 million. Investors were drawn to the project by the marketing materials, which emphasize its long-term vision and her direct association with the success. The initial success was short-lived.
Oh, come on. I'm like, with the investors in this case, I'm pretty sure they were drawn to the marketing materials, A, because it had like a live woman in them, and B, I suspect somebody just jingled keys at them. Like,
yeah, this is just, it's in a Twitter space. Again, all the talking is going to get you all in trouble. Larson explicitly made it clear that the Hawk Tuah meme was a famous and well-known meme in the U.S. Said if you walk down the street in Hollywood, California, you ask 10 people, do you know the Hawk Tuah? Who, you know what Hawk Tuah is, right? 9 out of 10 people will fucking know what that is. It's a cultural meme. We're not launching some celebrity bullshit. That's not what we're doing, right? It's a cultural meme that everyone knows here in America. Oh, yeah. Project was clearly intended. So they're trying to say that even though he was 40, he stuck his hands in America. They were advised by lawyers. So as defendant So explained, they were advised by lawyers they should construct the Tuah Foundation as an offshore entity and sell that 17% through that entity. We heard the request for us to do this in a public manner, and I think that we have, having consulted with lawyers, I guess the legal opinion was that in order to protect Haley, you're protecting your own ass, and to mitigate any considerations around potentially being deemed to have sold unregulated securities to Americans, that it should be done by SAFT agreements that would be by this legal structure, and that we were advised to set up in, I believe it was in Cayman or BVI. We had tried to essentially have that as 5K checks and scale that. Ultimately, that was kind of like quite difficult. Strategic allocation. Oh my God. They continue to market the remaining 83% of the tokens to the market as a whole. No serious attempt was made to restrict purchasers to non-American purchasers. 21-minute mark. In the Twitter space, defendant So tried to explain the economics of how the system was supposed to work. Oh, I can't wait to read this. Let me read this. How is this supposed to work? Please explain the economics to me. In linking the success of the social media influencer like Welch, he literally said that the token holders would essentially be shareholders. Oh, you idiot. And like it's kind of like the way, it's like this kind of way that, by being holders in, I guess like mutual holders in this token, like you become like, I guess like decentralized shareholders in this kind of, common movement, where, we're both, obviously we both beneficiaries. Ultimately, if you're a holder of the token, you ultimately beneficiary if the token does well. Wow. You should not be speaking publicly, sir. In any capacity. That was a whole lot of
It's a word salad.
It
and not like a
absolutely
good
is.
salad that's got like cheese and so forth. This is a word salad that is mostly raisins.
Yeah, but raisins that have been dried out for like 5 years. And not good. Laura, that was a quote. That was a quote. Guys, that was a quote. That was actually the quote. And it was a struggle to read it. So, investment contract security laws that involve the common enterprise. Pre-sale raised $2.8 million, which was not allocated to individual investor accounts, but instead aggregated to fund the development, marketing, and infrastructure necessary for the token's launch. The pooling of resources created a collective investment vehicle where the success or failure of the project would impact all investors uniformly. It's just, yeah. Oh, look, for instance, the marketing campaign highlighted the importance of community engagement and the Hawk Project's ability to onboard, quote, hundreds of thousands of non-crypto users, end quote. Cool. That's awesome. Personal brand. They relied on her wealth or her influence and credibility. Meme queen, TikTok followers. Reliance. More reliance. Welch's repeated public. Okay, so hang on. Here we go. Welch's repeated public assurances and direct involvement in marketing the token fostered investor confidence, further tying their expectations of success to the actions and competence of the promoters. Her participation in high-profile events, such as discussing the project on her podcast with entrepreneur Mark Cuban, created a perception of legitimacy and potential for success that investors relied on. Right now, I don't really view Mark Cuban as, never mind, I'm not going to finish that. He kind of became a meme himself. Sold, purchased, expectation of profit to come from the investors. Marketing. She tweeted it. Credibility, reliance. So a lot of this turns on the identification of this as a security and being sold, not subject to the securities laws. And I think that based on the representations here and based on past interpretation of the Social Security, the Securities Act of 1933, particularly Gensler, when it comes to influencers, I think that they've got a pretty good argument. Big announcement, security spot. Meaningful step in bridging mainstream audiences to the crypto world. It's not just another token. No, this one just crashed out within hours. Some of them last weeks. Part of the culture. Website further framed the token as the meme coin for everyone and promoted its accessibility to non-crypto investors by describing the coin as a, quote, entry ticket to begin your degen roller coaster ride. It was a roller coaster ride. It went up and then sharply down.
I mean, roller coasters don't go down quite this sharply.
No, that's called a broken roller coaster.
I mean, yeah, this is like the roller coaster just shot off the tracks and into the pavement.
Transform people who think about meme coin. It's a lot of false representation. I mean, a lot of this is going to turn on the determination of whether or not this asset was a security. Let's see, they really do play around the US market a lot. No VPN or technical workaround required. So they are absolutely directly
Oh yeah.
soliciting U.S. customers. Got my free token yesterday at 4 p.m. and I'm in the U.S. Fair to implement effective measures to prevent participation in the U.S. is evident. No geo blocking or any other technology that requires geo authentication. No click-through mechanism. The marketing and promotional efforts goes back to her. Even encourage American participation. All right, here we go. The sale. The sale of the token violated the Securities Act unless the registration statement is in effect with respect to a security. Security Act makes it unlawful for any person to make use of any means or instruments of transportation or communication in interstate commerce or of the mails to sell such security through the use of medium or any prospectus or otherwise. So you can't sell securities unless you make the registration. That's the rule. And the argument is they sold the security, they did not do the registration. It's a clear violation. That's the argument. And Securities Act also provides a private right of action, which is why this is a civil case and not simply a criminal case. Section 12A1 of the Securities Act provides that any person who sells security is in violation of Section 5 is liable to the person purchasing such security from him, who may sue either at law or in equity in any court of competent jurisdiction to recover the consideration paid for the security with interest thereon, less the amount of any income received. So give me my money back because you sold me something you weren't allowed to because it's security and you didn't register properly. You sold the US. This is why the crypto stuff is play a game of fuck around and find out.
And they
the
found
foundation
out so
received
hard.
a 15% fee for every transaction.
That's insane.
15% transaction fee. Holy shit, that's a lot.
That's a ton of money.
It's you're trading something that has no value other than just social media. It's a meme. It's a fucking meme. And yes, that is 15%, not 1.5, not a 1.5 or a 2% transaction cost. 15% for every transaction, every trade of this security, you are paying 15%. Sorry, of this token, not security based on the defense's position, but you know what I mean. Statute of limitations, 1 year. Okay. Began offering. Count 1. Violation of Securities Act. Got it. How much do we want for it? They managed it. They were involved in it. 50% fee. Wallet's collected around. Oh, shit. Tuah Foundation supposedly controlled the wallet that receives the fees from the token sales. There's a unique smart contract feature for this token. Every transaction incurs a 15% fee that is sent to a wallet controlled by the Tuah Foundation. This wallet has collected around 3 million US.
Jesus.
3 million US in fees.
Well, I'm in the wrong line of work. I should be making blowjob memes. That's where the money is.
So that's lawsuit number 1. Chet Waldman, attorneys for the plaintiffs, and then Max Berwick, who's appearing pro hoc vice, Berwick Law PLLC, who's the same Berwick Law that was brought before. Let's see. I want to see this one. So this is the other one. So these were filed the same day. This was filed today as well. This is a class action complaint. So they're going to try to register a class. They're going to try and get more of these plaintiffs. Carlos Rodriguez Mena. Leverage extensive promotional efforts Focus more than blah, blah, blah. Give me the plaintiff. Where's the plaintiff? Plaintiff. Anyone that purchased, that's the purported class. But you haven't told me about how much they spent. How much did you spend? And why are you the class representative? That's what I want to know. It will say it in the prayer for relief. Should. No. Class certification. Damages to be proven at trial. But they apparently believe that plaintiff is the representative of the class, so they can, there's some dollar figure they spent. Well,
That's quite the fun lawsuit, isn't it?
Haley Welch, I take back some of the criticism. You were smart enough to get on the right side of this fucking thing. You know,
I don't know that she necessarily skates. We'll have to see. I want to see the statement, like the defense.
I know. I'm kind of curious because they're definitely going to implead her. They are absolutely going to try and implead her.
Oh, 100%.
But she's trying to grow the class. I mean, I'm confused by this now. I'm confused.
Well, what's hard to explain or hard to understand?
No, it's not. When you think about it, it was a smart move on her part temporarily, but you got to figure that this is going to somehow, if you have a dog in this fight, if that defense comes and starts swinging, they're going to swing. And
Oh, I mean, that's going to happen in any event, right? So
I know. And you
she's smart
wonder
enough
how
to realize that is definitely going to be, definitely going to be an issue no matter how she goes.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm confused. I wonder if she's going to come to regret hitching her horse to this wagon. I feel like she will.
It would not surprise me if she regrets everything about this, but I mean, I think she's playing it about as well as she can right now. It's just she better hope that the evidence shakes out in her favor.
Oh, this one. So, Laura, the person who, yes, the one you were hearing talk to CoffeeZilla, that is the primary, that's the principal defendant in the case. So, that's principal defendant in the case. God, I love the meme stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some real questions as to who ends up holding this bag, but yeah.
Where's the discrepancy between the 20 million and the 15%, 3 million and the 491 million market cap? I don't know enough to give you an accurate answer on that. I don't know enough. Let's see if there's any other comments on this one issue. Red Rogue, random guess, the higher loss amounts are those that predicted the rug pull and didn't pull out in time. Yeah.
Might be.
That was my first thought too. You know what happens when you don't pull out in time. Just happens. Ohio Pot Mom, thanks for the lots of laughs. Happy holidays, all. Happy holidays to you.
I mean, I feel like some of those people were left with a bad taste in their mouth at the end of the day.
You could say they're salty. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm not
sorry. I'm not sorry. It's a fucking meme coin based on a sexual act, and I get to make a joke about the sexual act because it's a stupid. I get to make the joke. Lindsay Runkle, will there be a Hawk Tuah pump and dump scene in your award-winning film? Comes now. It's the entire film is going to be about this case.
Could well be.
Baby steps, pump and dump. Are you talking breast milk here? Sadly, no. It would be easier to explain if we were talking breast milk. Brandon Shelton needed tonight's FNF to unwind. Pops had quadruple bypass surgery yesterday. I hope he's recovering well. He is recovering well based on your statement. Keep reading, Rob. Thanks for all the content, Rob and Ian. Great teachers. Thank you very much, Brandon. My well wishes to your father and his rapid recovery. SK, according to her lawyer, it's a coffee. She only got a lump sum in advance and isn't making any royalties or anything. Oh, she got screwed.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't necessarily save you.
It doesn't. Because if you're participating, it's not so much about the profit as it is the participation. You're still profiting. I wonder what the lump sum was. If that fee account generated $3 million in just the transaction fees.
I didn't profit as much as I would have liked or as much as some of the others. It's still you profited. Where you want to be if you really want to avoid getting prosecution or, any sort of, is you want to be the person who's on the you want to be on the losing side.
Yeah. Lady Fang, if I had that much, it'd be going to my mortgage. That's the logical place to put it. Steve, hey, okay. Who had Hawk to a girl is smarter than SBF on their legal bingo card? I did not.
Literally everyone, but that's only because of who SBF is.
Well, I mean, smarter than. SBF was plenty smart, just stupid. That didn't make sense. Yes,
Rob.
it did. If you say it that way, no, but you had different types of smart, different kind of smart. I'm in a hole, aren't I? And trying to dig out.
You are trying to dig, and you're sitting there like, dig up, stupid.
Yeah. I'm gonna put down the shovel. Going on. Rage and Roro, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you all. Happy Holidays and Merry Christmas to you. Cindy Collins, to conclude, talk to a lawyer and cover your butt. She's trying. Cosmic Waffles, Ian's meme coin will be called, comes now. Oh my God.
Probably not, but
probably not. Baby Gator, the first time you mentioned Hawk Tua on Twitter, thought you were going to spit at someone. No, I wasn't. I was not. Latina, did you see the police entrance of Luigi? Was that appropriate as far as Luigi defense? It looked like Batman arrived. It was for show. I mean,
if they're trying to they need to stop making him look cool. If they're trying to, because we need 12 people to walk this guy, including the mayor.
Everyone jumping on to try and score political points. We were involved too. We brought him down as well. Look at us. We're good. Bring people to justice. You know what? Just get out of the way. Let the lawyers and prosecutors do their job. So is it appropriate? I don't really know. Is it something that comes with the territory? Absolutely. H. Scorpio, should one hire a lawyer recommended by the defendant? I don't know. If the defendant or if the person is not the defendant, but is instead cooperating with the lawyer, then maybe.
Yeah, it depends on circumstances. Sometimes things get muddier than they might in, what you'd think. So.
See you next Grinchmas. Ask RA about the name changes. Hey, Calypson's Vixen. Going to bed. All right, going to bed now. That will never get old for me. Cynic in Chief, Janet being a moron and an intelligent is also truthful.
Yeah, that is true. There is the defense of truth that applies to her being dumber than a brick.
No.
Bricks. It's I ordered a food and this is dumber than that.
Dumber than that. Yeah. Skylar, thanks for the gifted membership. Love spending time with these crazy cool dudes. And y'all, Merry Christmas. Stay warm and hydrated this holiday. Thank you, Skylar. Glad to have you here. Cindy Collins, how good you cook your QuickBooks. LOL, coffee will get to see firsthand. Kind of. Sue Coffeezilla for defamation. Yeah, that'll work. I mean, I don't know.
I've heard dumber ideas, but not a lot of them.
Lady Fang, but does it snow at the foundation? Well, no. Because no, it does not snow at the foundation. Snoobykins, Merry Christmas and amazing, healthy, and loving 2025. Thank you, Snoobykins. Glad to see you here. Happy holidays to you. Mispronounced name. I made 40 billion in crypto, all profits from no, we're not. No, do not. I do not give investment advice. Except please just stay away from crypto. Laura Howard, Rob, please don't dislike us. I was just teasing. I can't do crowds, so I have to Christmas shop early, so I don't have to go to any stores after Halloween, including grocery stores, multiple freezers, and full pantry. No, Laura, that's just smart. That is just smart. That's very smart and more well prepared than I could ever be. So I'm not being mad at you. I'm just jealous. SK, it's wild they even allowed him to speak. It's so dumb. Latina, no cameras allowed in any New York case. Not just this. That I had forgotten. Misty Harris, I hope everyone has a safe, happy holiday season. Thank you, Misty. Hope you do as well. Raging Roro, thank you for gifting memberships. Scott Kirby, a case you may wish to look at / react to. The Other Woman and the Wife versus Jacobs. Kristen 10/24/24. Miami County, Ohio. Countersuit is hilarious fire. The other, what is it? The Other Woman and the Wife versus Jacobs. All right, I have it saved. I'll look at it. Thank you, Scott Kirby. Chelsea, thank you for gifting memberships. That's very much appreciated. Jill Moir, you need a Leo swoop. I do. Leo has to sit still enough for me to film him. Hawk Banana, no. Comes now. Too many Hawk Tuah jokes. No. There will never be too many. Poor Bobson. He has so much legal trouble with Runkle. Yeah. Bob's always in trouble. Toward an anti-Hales lawyer may become a defendant in the case. I know nothing about that case. I am at a loss with that entire case. Sandy, thank you for gifting me memberships, gifting the channel memberships, and everyone else who received one. Niklas, everyone but the idiot who brought coins for 1.4 million should be able to sue. At some point, stupidity isn't valid for a lawsuit. And the thing is, if you read the entire lawsuit and you're just reading it without the understanding of the fundamental premise that the only basis for recovery is it's a security, they didn't register it, and they sold it, and I get my money back by statute, then you're right. You don't get to recover for making bad investments. And they didn't allege fraud. They just alleged security. It was sold. It wasn't registered. I get it. XCD8, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. M3, thank you for the gifted membership. Lady Drake, gifted memberships. Why are my mods gifting memberships? Stop gifting membership, mods. You're mods. Stop.
They're feeling very Christmassy.
They are. Crazy Cat Queen became a member. So did June. Sidlauskas. Became a member twice, apparently. I didn't know you could do that. Nancy S, thank you for becoming a member. Susanna Bunakwatch. I am just butchering names right now. Sorry. AKA the Cat Lady. Hails civil RICO, defamation, tortious interference. Okay. I know a lot's been going on in that case, and trying to play catch up on that is impossible.
Yeah, it's if you haven't been following it so far, it's yeah.
I'm not going to get caught up on it. You know what I have been following though, that I do know. Yeah, it is bold. They don't listen to me. Yeah. Another person who took a loss this week was Fani Willis. And for this one, we get to go back in the memory banks because, you know, sometimes it's just interesting. Now, as a caveat, we were talking about a lawsuit involving Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about politics. I'm not talking about any of it. I'm talking about a lawyer that made a very stupid decision and series of decisions. So let's swoop to get to that. Because it's gonna some of you might remember a certain case that took place this summer involving Fani Willis. Fani Willis filed a lawsuit Fani Willis is the DA, the elected DA in Fulton County. And yes, they re-elected her. I don't know how. I don't know why. Fulton County, whatever you guys are doing, fix it, make it better. Stop doing it. Just stop doing the thing. Because Fani Willis is also the lead on the YSL prosecution, the RICO case, which is a dumpster fire of litigation that I've ever seen. The case resulted in almost nominal convictions after spending millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Oh yeah, it is an absolute cash fire. And the thing is if they had offered those pleas at the outset,
they wouldn't have.
They almost certainly could have gotten them. They would have just. So they did worse than if they just offered guilty pleas right at the beginning, which is yeah.
And all the defendants are being held without bond. So they're all being held awaiting their prosecution, awaiting their trial dates. And because this is a RICO case, they're trying them in batches. So you just kind of bring one batch in, that first batch. That was the first batch of cases. The first batch of cases took what, 18 months for resolution? 19 months?
Oh, start again.
At least one judge that just made some boneheaded decisions. I'll say that confidently. So about 2 years to get to what amounted to various plea deals. And then ultimately, favorite part about it, when they get to the very end and they submit the last charge to the jury, and the jury finds one of the defendants, the two remaining defendants that don't plead out, right? One of the defendants is found guilty of just one charge, the possession of a firearm. And the other one is found not guilty of all charges. And you're just like, okay, it was 2 years of our life. And the most laughable case I've seen. I could not believe it. I could not believe it. But Fani Willis was the lead prosecutor in that case. And we get to see a series of individuals that show up, kind of routinely. So Fani Willis is there. And then you also get to meet Ashley Merchant, who is a criminal defense attorney, who made an appearance in that case representing Brian Steele, who was a defense counsel for the lead defendant, because Steele was held in contempt, and Ashley Merchant came swooping in and was like, no, you can't hold him in contempt, and made the argument and made the right argument, because the appellate court came back and said, nah, bro, can't do this. Ashley Merchant also made an argument as to Fani Willis to have her disqualified from the case involving the Trump prosecution of the RICO case. Ashley Merchant happens to be my paralegal's favorite lawyer, and she does not like a certain caught me off guard when my paralegal was like, I love her. Really?
Your paralegal's got a favorite lawyer and it's not you?
I know, it hurt my feelings too. But
so every time you do something, she's like, not bad, but you're no Ashley Merchant.
Yeah.
You're
So so Fani Willis takes the loss on the YSL trial, massive loss, because even those plea deals that she gave them is nothing compared to what was promised at the outset of that trial or throughout the entire trial process, right? Kind of a joke. Then Fani Willis gets sued for document production in a FOIA case, and she loses that case, gets gobsmacked on that one. Then it comes out that she is sleeping with the person that she appointed special prosecutor of the case, who was receiving $300 per hour.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And that's what we're talking about today.
There's basically two ways to get in real trouble as a lawyer. And number one is trust money effery. And number two is putting your genitals in places where your genitals ought not to be. So
those
just so long as you keep all of that on a leash, you're good.
Some of you might remember this lovely bit of testimony from Mr. Nathan Wade, who is the individual that was appointed special prosecutor in this case, So Fulton County hires out a special prosecutor. Wade gets, yep. Thank you, Kate. Wade got paid $700,000 in trial, hadn't even started yet. So
Shit, I could use that.
it's not a bad thing.
You know how many trials I've been paid 700,000 for?
We talking aggregate, like throughout my entire career, if I added them all up?
No, I mean like any one trial that you've made 700,000 on.
No.
Me either.
Never.
I think if we aggregated the whole thing, I might have made 700. No, not even close, actually, on all of them.
Yeah, M3. I misspoke. I didn't mean gobsmacked. I meant to say kind of bitch slapped, but I didn't mean to because that kind of felt derogatory when I was saying it. So I chose gobsmacked because it was less. Words were escaping me, and they are escaping me right now. So Nathan Wade testifies, which was wild enough as it was because I was when the first motion to disqualify got filed, I was sitting here thinking, these are very rare. I wonder why we're hearing this. The judge is not going to hear evidence on this. And then all of a sudden the judge heard evidence on this. And then the evidence that got heard, and I'm going, huh.
So,
Okay.
Rob, are you going to invest in the Fani Memecoin?
No, because I know where that thing is fucking going. I don't even need to guess there. Oh. So let's just get caught up to speed about, some of the testimony from Mr. Nathan Wade.
It's supposed to be numbered.
I remember where it was. So reviewing the documents.
I guess.
We'll go there. Yeah, Laura Howard. I will. I just didn't even think. It was about to come out of my head because it was, and then I didn't. So I chose gobsmacked, and it didn't make sense. I'm in a hole. I'm going to stop digging. I'm in the hole. I'm going to stop digging and put the shovel down.
Okay. And both of these are under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
You also updated your response to the question about spending time with someone other than your spouse for dinner, drinks, things at restaurants, bars, hotels, or the other person's home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in December of 2023, you said no to all that. And then in January, after I filed my motion, you said privilege to all that, Fifth Amendment privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just to be clear, was it?
Sorry, I'm going to object to characterization of Fifth Amendment privilege. I think it was a statutory privilege, and that's quite different.
That's what I was just about to ask him. So that privilege covers infamy or Fifth Amendment privilege, correct?
So it was a privacy privilege is what I updated my response to do. Once you filed your motion to intervene from my divorce action, I then figured that you were in talks with my former wife's divorce lawyer.
Okay.
And because of that, I asserted a privacy privilege because I didn't want the proceedings of my divorce to bleed over into the proceedings in this case, which is the case that obviously you're involved in.
So your answers in December of 2023 that you didn't have any documents about any travel that you took with Miss Willis, that wasn't true though, correct?
They didn't ask me about any documents regarding Miss Willis.
A romantic partner. They asked you for documents regarding a romantic partner. So I'm sorry, I inserted Miss Willis's name. Let me rephrase the question. They asked you for documents about travel with a romantic partner in December 2023. And you under oath said you did not have any of those, correct?
I did not.
Okay.
And they asked me about gifts.
Right.
I've never purchased a gift for Miss Willis.
And they asked you about receipts for dinner, receipts for drinks, hotels,
wow, what a cheap
bars,
bastard.
and restaurants. And you said you did not have any of those.
I did not and do not have any receipts for any of those things.
Okay. And part of the civil discovery, they say that even if you don't have it in your pocket, if it's within your purview, you got to get it and give it to them, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to the relevance of the questions about the scope of civil discovery. I think she's asked him about statements he made in pleadings. The answers are
yeah, she's trying to tag him on perjury. That's relevant in every case.
Establish a prior.
Hang on, wiggle your mic. Mic cord. All right, so let's go because it's towards the end where he starts talking about some of the other stuff that's pretty interesting. Here we go.
Okay, hopefully that's better.
Much better. Much better. Okay. So don't worry. Don't worry. It's all in cash.
On her credit card in Miami. Did you pay her cash back for your half of that?
No,
So you never paid
No.
her back for the ticket she bought for you?
no. I would say I did pay her back because there were times when I would pay for dinner.
Okay.
She would pay for dinner. It would balance out. But in a relationship, ma'am, you don't, particularly men, we don't go asking back for anything. So you're not keeping a ledger of
Okay, legit.
things that you pay for versus the thing that she's paid for.
Mhm.
Which is why I said that it was a point of contention because she was very emphatic and adamant about this independent, strong woman thing. So she demanded that she pay her own way.
But she's the district attorney of Fulton County, and she has to file financial disclosures disclosing any gifts with anybody that she does business with in Fulton County, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk about Tennessee. You booked a cabin in August 2023 and paid for a cabin in Tennessee. That's when you paid for it. I don't know when the trip was. Can you tell us about that?
August of 2023.
You booked a trip for $1,481.54.
Yeah. This is my, this.
Are you asking me, did I take that trip with Miss Willis, or are you asking me?
First, I was just asking you to acknowledge that that is correct from the records, that you paid for a cabin in Tennessee. Do you recall, and hopefully you can do it from your memory, do you recall paying for a cabin 6 months ago, $1,400.81 in Tennessee?
Where are we now? What page is that?
I'm just asking from your memory. Do you remember paying for a cabin in August?
Your Honor, if somebody asks about a particular transaction, then
You can answer whether he remembers or not.
I don't.
Mr. Wade, I'm not asking you to go through 1,000 pages of records. I'm asking if you remember paying for a cabin 6 months ago in Tennessee.
No,
You remember booking a cabin?
I booked lots of cabins.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
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 This should not be hard.
No, I know. I'm letting this pause play because this is.
No.
You've never gone to a cabin.
That
He's like, do I think they can catch me in this one?
just oh my God, sir. Oh my God, it was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. It didn't get
sure
better.
I could tell you like everyone I've been to a cabin with.
It did not.
It shouldn't be difficult.
It did not get better. So then you had this display. Because of course, Nathan Wade stops testifying and he gets off the stand and you're going, okay, I guess there's been some damage done, a little bit of damage done. But, no reason. There was a motion to quash Fani Willis's subpoena. So they didn't want her testifying. She didn't want to testify. She filed a motion to quash. She said, I don't want to testify. I'm not answering your fucking questions because this is bullshit, right? She watches Nathan Wade testify. Stop you. She watches Nathan Wade testify, and every ounce of just, I guess, composure or whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to say, was just gone. It just left the room. We're all sitting here wondering what's going to happen.
All right, Ms. Cross, you can bring everyone in. Thank you.
Do you swear?
There we go.
Do you swear me, Your Honor?
Now,
if you are a lawyer and you end up in that chair, you've made a poor life choice.
She immediately walks in and looks at the judge and says, "Do you swear me, Your Honor?" Like, just like, swear me in. Like, I'm doing this. Swear me in. There are decisions that one faces from time to time. And usually you try to be prudent in making those decisions, especially lawyers. You're supposed to be pragmatic. You're supposed to not fly off the handle.
Whomever would like to.
We got Deputy Scott. Let's go, wait a minute, let everyone get situated, and then we'll go back on the record.
She came in picking for a fight.
We are back on the record.
We apologize. Hannah.
My reading glasses.
When I heard like that, there were people I was pacing in my office. Okay. And I heard someone yell, "His testimony is done." It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness, and I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom. So
you see, this is the problem. She had the understanding that sitting in that chair would give her the position of having a conversation. No. You sit in that chair, you give up control. You don't sit in that chair. You don't want to put yourself in that chair. Why do you do that? You do not do that. That is not smart. That is not the intelligent thing to do, because you don't have control sitting in that chair. The person behind the podium has control sitting in that chair when you're sitting in that chair.
as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness? It only makes sense. Did you listen to any of the testimony? I've been in my office pacing, ma'am. Did you listen to any of the arguments? I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument. All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
By the way, this is like the kind of attitude I tell my clients not to have on the stand.
Exactly, especially because, and people talk about like body language and apprehension and how there's,
you just don't want to come off like an asshole.
You don't, and you don't want to be visibly and audibly shaking in withholding rage.
When you take this sort of like aggressive throwback, the thing everyone asks is, what you hiding?
Exactly. And that was the problem. This was such a self-own, and it was just not the right move.
Excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually
don't attack the other lawyer like that.
But since it did, here I am.
It never works.
Right. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you? On this first January motion? Yes. I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much. Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with him? I didn't have a substantive conversation. You did not? I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told. Okay. And then printed it.
This is correct. Queen Olive points out her attorneys were actively trying to keep her off the stand, and I believe they were winning. I think they were winning. I don't know that she would have had to testify. And honestly, I don't think that Ashley Merchant would have pushed the matter much further. She basically got what she needed out of Nathan Wade. Yes, this is an old video because this is giving us context for what we're about to discuss.
In the media, because we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories.
Okay, we've watched enough, so you get the general gist. To call her a combative witness was the understatement of the century.
That's yeah.
She was not very pleased. So the judge, after hearing all the evidence, basically gave her an option. Said, there is this visualization or this, what did he say? What was the phrase he used? Mendacity?
Mendacity?
Mendacity. Yes, the mendacity. I've never used that word, but I know
it means lyingnessness.
Yeah. Mendacity of impropriety, basically just it was inappropriate. You cannot have the perception. And the issue was primarily not so much the odor of mendacity. That's what it is. Odor of mendacity, right? The sniff of it. You can't sniff the impropriety.
The stink
can't
of
even
lies.
have a whiff of it. You smell of lies and elderberries. No.
You smell of lies, and you should wash that dress.
So you can't allow that to happen during the course of prosecution. And the issue wasn't really the affair. What it was the money part. Because Nathan Wade was being paid from the taxpayer dollars, right? So if you're hiring your boyfriend's getting paid a healthy check, and some of that money is being spent on trips the two of you are taking, then there's this appearance of impropriety. Especially when the lawyer's being paid $300 per hour, but has a contract rate of $250 per hour and gets paid $700,000 before it goes to trial. And they're traveling to Napa, you're booking cabins, you're doing all this other stuff, and he's paying for it. And you're saying in response that you're reimbursing each other in fucking cash. It's not one of those things where you have to prove every single element. As long as there's enough of a whiff, if there is this appearance of impropriety, then it is enough that can cause a disqualification. Well, the judge was being very generous to the DA at the time, and the judge gave Fani Willis the option. Said, "Look, you want to keep prosecuting the case? Fine, fire Nathan Wade." So she fires the boyfriend, says, "You're no longer working on this case. I'm going to keep working on this case. This case is mine."
So he did no work on the trial and got $700,000. Fuck, I need his job. Except I don't want to do the jobs he had to do to get the job.
No.
I mean, it seems like there's a whole lot of people making a whole lot of money for the Hawk Tuah, and
I know that's the other part about these two cases, right? The two cases are kind of sitting there going, huh. Anyway, the judge recognized when he made that ruling that, this is pretty significant in that if the disqualification occurs or does not occur, and we get all the way through trial and on appeal, the appellate court rules that I should have disqualified, then we have gotten all the way through trial, wasted all of that money, and we're back at square one. So the judge certified it for immediate appeal. Said you can take an interlocutory appeal, which is an appeal before final judgment. You can take an interlocutory appeal and take this up to the Court of Appeals on the issue of the disqualification. And that's where we are today. So we have caught up. We are now where we need to be to have a discussion on the rest of the case. Because this week just was interesting. It was interesting. So here is the Court of Appeals decided yesterday, December 19th. So the defendants were charged with 97-page indictment with RICO violations and other crimes in connection with an alleged conspiracy to unlawfully change the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. Pursuant to a granted interlocutory application, the appellants appeal from the trial court's order denying their motion to dismiss the indictment and granting, in part, their motions to disqualify the Atlanta Judicial District County Circuit District Attorney Fani Willis, DA Willis, and her office. Collectively, the appellants assert numerous grounds to reverse the trial court's order, including that the trial court imposed an improper remedy after concluding that DA Willis's prosecution was encumbered by a significant appearance of impropriety, not grounded on mere status alone, but instead resulting from specific conduct impacting more than a mere nebulous public interest because it concerns a public prosecutor. In response, the state asks this court to affirm the trial court's order in its totality, including the imposition of an alternative remedy requiring that either DA Willis, along with the whole of her office, step aside and refer the case to prosecuting attorneys, counsel for reassignment, or that Special District Attorney Nathan Wade withdraw from the case. Importantly, and this right here is a little bit important, the state has not filed a cross appeal asserting that the trial court's finding of the appearance of impropriety should be reversed. Now, why is that important? Well, they're going to tell us. Accordingly, whether the evidence presented to the trial court adequately supported under the appropriate standard of review, its finding for the existence of impropriety is not before the court. So the court's like, no, we don't have to decide whether it was improper or not. You've already basically stipulated that because you didn't appeal that decision. Instead, we must determine whether the remedy fashioned by the trial court for this undisputed finding of again, you're in trouble, significant appearance of impropriety was improper as contended by the appellants. For the reasons explained below, we conclude that it was, and therefore reverse the trial court's denial of the appellant's motion to disqualify. We affirm, however, the denial of the appellant's motion to dismiss the indictment. Yeah, you're not going to get dismissal. All right, so there's background on the indictment, target of the investigation, then the beginning of sorting through conflict counsel to find a special prosecutor that could prosecute this damn thing. So that's the background. It was August 2023. First motion. So this motion. So on August 14, 2023, DA Willis secured the RICO indictment against the appellants and 10 others. On January 8, 24, Roman filed a motion to dismiss the indictment and disqualify DA Willis, her office, and SADA Wade, so Special Attorney Wade, from further prosecuting the case on alleged grounds the conflict of an appearance of impropriety. Roman alleged a personal relationship between DA Willis and Wade, along with an alleged personal financial interest in her case. After Willis spoke publicly at a church service on Sunday, January 14th, the other appellants also filed motions seeking dismissal and disqualification on the same grounds, as well as additional ground of forensic misconduct in connection with the church speech and various other extrajudicial statements. The order. On March 15, 2024, the court entered its order on the motions after conducting a multiple-day evidentiary hearing. It summarized the issues and rulings as follows. As alleged, the claims presented a possible financial conflict of interest for the district attorney. More importantly, the defense motion and the state's response created a conflict in the evidence that could only be resolved through an evidentiary hearing, one that could not simply be ignored without endangering a criminally accused constitutional rights as directed to procedural due process. After receiving 2.5 days of testimony, mind you, we were at the beginning of this, we were at the question of, is the court going to hear any testimony at all? After 2.5 days of testimony, during which the defendants were provided an opportunity to subpoena and introduce whatever relevant and material evidence they could muster, the court finds that the defendants failed to meet their burden of proving that the district attorney acquired an actual conflict of interest in this case through her personal relationship and recurring travels with the lead prosecutor. The other alleged ground for disqualification, including forensic misconduct, are also denied. However, the established record now highlights a significant appearance of impropriety that infects the current structure of the prosecution team, an appearance that must be removed through the state's selection of one of two options. The DA may choose to step aside, along with the entirety of her office, and refer the prosecution to the prosecuting attorney's counsel for reassignment. Or Wade can withdraw, allowing the DA, the defendants, and the public to move forward without the presence of his presence or remuneration. Isn't that supposed to say remuneration?
Remuneration. Getting paid.
Yeah. Brain. Distracting from and potentially compromising the merits of the case. Mm-hmm. No transcript of the speech at the church. So there we go. Following finding of facts, contract allowed $250 hourly rate, a relatively low amount by Metro Atlanta standards for an attorney with Wade's years of experience, and containing a ceiling in the maximum number of hours permitted. Under the terms of the contract, Wade was not to perform more than 60 hours of work per month without written permission. No evidence introduced indicates that Wade ever received permission to exceed those monthly hour caps. His contract was renewed on November 15, 2022, and again on June 12, 2023. Now we have the documented trips and the travel. The first included an extended trip in October of 2022 to Miami and an Aruba and a cruise. Wade covered the expenses from the trip, totaling approximately $5,223. In December 2022, the two flew to Miami for another cruise, for which the DA paid $1,394 plane tickets, while Wade purchased passage on the cruise along with vacation-related expenses totaling $3,684. They traveled to Belize, where Wade covered resort expenses in the amount of $3,000. Then they traveled to Napa, where Wade covered airfare, lodging, and Uber rides in the amount of $2,829. In addition, they talked about multiple day-long trips to Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, so you can start to see the appearance of impropriety. In total, defendants point to an aggregate documented benefit of at most approximately $12,000 to $15,000 in the district attorney's favor. Not meant as gifts. Gave him money for both cruises. Finally, while Wade could have bought meals, which totaled more than 100, he would pay for the meals regularly. Such a reimbursement practice may be unusual, and the lack of any documented corroboration understandably concerning. Yet the testimony withstood direct contradiction, was corroborated by other evidence. For example, her payment of airfare for the two withstood contradiction. Yeah, right. However, the DA herself acknowledged no ledger. It was a best guesstimate. What is with the audio? Is it just me? They divided it evenly. The court finds, based largely on the DA's testimony, that the evidence demonstrated that the financial gain flowing from her relationship with Wade was not a motivating factor. So we're not focused on the money. No prejudice, blah, blah, blah. Now we get to no personal stake in the prosecution, or that her financial arrangement had any impact on the case. The defendant's claims of an actual conflict must be denied. So no actual conflict. This finding is by no means an indication that the court condones this tremendous lapse in judgment or the unprofessional manner of the district attorney's testimony during the evidentiary hearing. I like the fact that he called this out. Unprofessional testimony during the hearing, because it was very unprofessional. Rather, it is the undersigned's opinion that Georgia law does not permit the finding of an actual conflict for simply making bad choices.
It looks like I was the audio problem there, but I am also, I got 3 hours of sleep. My brain is shutting down, so I'm gonna have to tap out. Thank you for having me. I am sorry.
Thanks for being here, buddy.
I gotta crash. So
go get rest.
I will try. Good night, everyone. Sorry.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right. Although the trial court found insufficient evidence of actual conflict of interest, it also concluded, this part's the relevant part here, that the record made at the evidentiary hearing established that the district attorney's prosecution is encumbered by an appearance of impropriety. This appearance is not created by mere status alone, but comes because of specific conduct that impacts more than mere nebulous public interest because it concerns a public prosecutor. Even if the romantic relationship began after Wade's initial contract in November, the DA chose to continue supervising and paying Wade while maintaining the relationship. She further allowed the regular and loose exchange of money between them without any exact verifiable measure of reconciliation. This lack of a confirmed financial split creates the possibility and appearance that the DA benefited, albeit non-monetarily, from a contract whose award lay solely within her purview in policing. More importantly, were the case allowed to proceed unchanged, the prima facie concerns raised by the defense would persist. As the DA testified, her relationship with Wade has only cemented after these emotions and is stronger than ever. Bad testimony. Bad testimony. Bad. Ian, why are you getting memberships? Thank you, buddy. Always love spending time with you. You need more sleep, so you get more sleep. You get far less sleep than I do, and you need more of it. Wade's patently unpersuasive explanation for the inaccurate interrogatories he submitted in his pending divorce indicates a willingness on his part to wrongly conceal his relationship with the DA. Jeez, talk about annihilation. As the case moves forward, reasonable members of the public could easily be left to wonder whether the financial exchanges have continued resulting in some form of benefit to the DA, or even whether the romantic relationship had resumed. Put differently, an outsider could reasonably think that DA is not exercising her independent professional judgment, totally free of any compromising influences. As long as Wade remains on the case, this unnecessary perception will persist. So, go through some of this, the impeachment arguments, inconsistent statements, what was allowed to be elicited. Then, finally, however, an odor of mendacity remains. The court is not under an obligation to ferret out every instance of potential dishonesty from each witness or defendant ever presented in open court. Yet, reasonable questions about whether the DA and her hand-selected special appointed DA testified untruthfully about the timing of the relationship further underpinned the finding of an appearance of impropriety and the need to make proportional efforts to cure it. It then rejected dismissal, but then goes on to lay out what we had said. Disqualification, we're not going to do it, but you got to pick what you're going to do. So, based on the fact findings of the trial court and its order, the state's failure to cross appeal the trial court's finding of a significant appearance of impropriety, we agree. It's this part also. So you talk about Fani Willis and the decisions made by her. You fight that motion tooth and nail, right? You fight the hell out of it. You go all the way, you go all in and fight the hell out of it. But then you make the boneheaded call and you don't appeal it. I mean, the Court of Appeals literally looks at Fani and they're like, you didn't do the one thing. You didn't do the one thing. We have the record as it is. The one thing. So, respectfully, Fani Willis's legal capabilities, I don't know if ADA Love or the other ADAs in the YSL case, her behavior on the stand here, the decisions being made on whether to appeal certain parts of this hearing, the decisions being made in the formation of the relationship and the hiding of the relationship. It's just fucking ridiculous. As our consideration of the appearance of impropriety is limited to the remedy fashioned by the trial court, we turn to Georgia law. While the parties advocate for diametrically opposed bright line rules, surprise, surprise, disqualification of the DA's office can never result from an appearance of impropriety, or disqualification should always result from when the elected district attorney engages in activities that raise the appearance of impropriety. Georgia law requires neither. So that was the argument. They were both arguing, defendants were arguing automatic DQ. Okay. Prosecution was arguing, no, appearance is never disqualification. The Court of Appeals is like, nah, yeah, it's somewhere in between. Instead, they examine the particular facts. So first, it's an abuse of discretion. So judge, you have a discretion to fashion the remedy and determine whether or not a disqualification occurred. That's your discretionary choice. Now, this part I haven't read yet. The issue of attorney disqualification is viewed as a continuum. One end of the scale where disqualification is always justified and indeed mandated, even when the balance against the client's right. Appearance coupled with conflict or jeopardy to its client's confidence. In these instances, clear disqualification is necessary for the appearance or protection of the client. Oh, so it's somewhere in the middle. Okay. So it's a spectrum. Okay, you can pick. There's different ends of the spectrum. Got it. Continuum, spectrum, same word. Understood. Here we have to address the remedy in the context of a significant appearance of impropriety caused by the conduct of the public prosecutor. This part's important. In our criminal justice system, the DA represents the people of the state in prosecuting individuals who have been charged with violating our state's criminal laws. The responsibility of a public prosecutor differs from that of the usual advocate. Her duty is to seek justice, not merely to convict. The special duty exists because the prosecutor represents the sovereign, and should exercise restraint in the discretionary exercise of government powers. Therefore, the district attorney is more than an advocate for one party, has additional professional responsibilities as a public prosecutor to make decisions in the public's interest. In the district attorney's role as an administrator of justice, he or she has broad discretion in making decisions prior to trial about who to prosecute, what charges to bring, and which sentence to seek. You have heard me talk about this before in the past about why the state is held to a higher standard, because they act on behalf of the sovereign. They have the control to deprive you of life. They have the control to decide whether to seek to deprive you of life. They have the control to investigate. They have all the control, which means that we task them with a higher responsibility than other attorneys. So these considerations take this case out of the continuum of cases involving an appearance of impropriety in connection with the conduct of a private counsel. So now we're outside of that realm. We're not talking about private lawyers. After carefully considering the trial court's findings, the order, we conclude that it erred by failing to disqualify DA Willis and her office. The remedy crafted by the trial court to prevent ongoing appearance of impropriety did nothing to address the appearance of impropriety that existed at times when DA Willis was exercising her broad pretrial discretion and about who to prosecute and what charges to bring. That's the thing. That decision by the trial court judge might have addressed prospective. It might have addressed prospective impropriety, right? So we have cured this going forward. Problem is, if the prosecution itself, if the case itself is found, here, let me tell you why this is important. If the prosecution itself, at some point in time during the choice of whether to bring the charges, how the charges were brought, the penalties being sought, if all of these things were occurring and there was an appearance of impropriety that existed back at the foundational level of the lawsuit, you can't just cure it going forward. You can't just say, all right, we're not doing the shady shit anymore. We can now go forward and prosecute the case. It's not how that works. Because everyone at the result, at the final end of the stage, at the outcome of this trial, right? Everyone is going to look back not just at how the trial was conducted after Wade was disqualified, but they're going to look at everything as having that, I hate to use the word, but taint. It's going to be there from the beginning of the trial to the end of the trial. If they can look back at some stage of the trial and say there was improper conduct, then it places a significant amount of doubt on the outcome of the trial. And that's the problem. That's the issue with what the judge did. While we recognize an appearance of impropriety generally is not enough to support disqualifications, this is the rare case in which disqualification is mandated and no other remedy will suffice to restore public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. Oh, they cite this other case, Head v. State. Billings v. State and Whitworth v. State. Oh, they distinguish from them. In Head, we addressed the appearance of impropriety based on the status alone, where the investigator with the alleged status conflict took no part in the investigation and prosecution. Oh, so basically, investigator had a conflict. They were like married with somebody else, but they weren't investigating at all. Similarly, in Billings, the assistant DA with the appearance of impropriety did not participate directly or indirectly in the prosecution of the case. Okay. Here, on the other hand, DA Willis and Wade have been actively involved in the case from its inception. So it's pretty interesting. Accordingly, we reverse the trial court's denial of the appellant's motion to disqualify DA Willis and her office, as we conclude that the elected DA is wholly disqualified from the case. The assistant DAs, whose only power to prosecute a case is derived from the constitutional authority of the DA who appointed them, have no authority to proceed. So it ain't just Fani Willis, it's the whole damn office. Court says, no, we're not dismissing the indictment. That part was just kind of never going to happen. So we have a concurring opinion. Single judge dissenting, Judge Land. Law does not support the result reached by the majority. I respectfully dissent. Dissents based on the discretionary decision. Takes the discretion out of the trial court to make the decision. If the court was the trier of fact and had the discretion to choose a remedy based on its own observations, assessment, the credibility of the witnesses, and weighing of the evidence, then perhaps we would be justified in reaching the result declared by the majority. But we're not the trial judges. I don't hate that logic. What was the split? Who joined? Was it full panel or not? Doesn't say. Here they failed to show actual conflict, failed to show that it received any material benefit, failed to show she had a personal stake in the conviction by the defendant, failed to show the relationship with Wade involved any actual impropriety on her part, and failed to show the relationship, including their financial arrangements, had any actual impact on the case. But because there was some evidence presented to the trial court that supported these findings, we're bound to accept them. See, that part I kind of bother. That part. I don't know. The thing is, the majority relies on the trial court's findings of significant impropriety. They say, Judge, you found this. The trial court, you found this. We're focused on the remedy you gave and whether the remedy was appropriate. I don't know. Kind of torn on that. The majority does not dispute these findings. Rather, it holds, with the citation of no supporting authority, and apparently for the first time in the history of our state, that the mere existence of an appearance of impropriety in and of itself is sufficient to reverse the trial court's refusal to disqualify the DA and her entire office. Interesting. This is spicy. Wow, spicy. As shown below, the law does not support this outcome. Rather, it compels precisely the opposite. Where there's no actual conflict, rejects the allegations. We have no authority to reverse the trial court's denial of a motion to disqualify. None. Even when there is an appearance of impropriety, our binding precedent and the doctrine of stare decisis require our restraint and do not permit us to impose a different remedy than the one chosen by the trial court, simply because we might see the matter differently and might have chosen to impose another remedy had we been the trial judge. For at least 43 years, our appellate courts have held that appearance of impropriety without actual conflict of interest or actual impropriety provides no basis for the reversal of a trial court's denial of a motion to disqualify. But how do you get around? I think the part that I'm having trouble with is how do you get around the impropriety existing early on, like in the beginning of the trial? Because this goes to the curing issue a little bit. Supreme Court addressed it. 81, after trial court disqualified an attorney based on appearance of impropriety arising out of the fact that counsel had caveat or married to an attorney who previously represented the propounder of a will. Oh, but that's a very different case. It's not just the appear. I think that I'm taking issue with this. I take issue with the statement that's being made here by the dissenting opinion. It's the question of the appearance. They're both viewing appearance very differently. Yes, the words are the same. The appearance of impropriety are the same, right? This case has the appearance of impropriety. Oh no, that's what I'm heading. A Hedinger, I'm getting this. I think this is where I'm having a hang up. Yes, they're both focused on the word the appearance of impropriety. But one of the things that I'm having an issue with the dissent is this appearance, what the appearance is. Because the appearance is very different when you have a status thing. Like the example given there, you have someone who basically, by nature of their relationship to somebody else, there is an appearance that there could be improper conduct. Right? You have a relationship that exists. So spouse that joins the DA's office, but kind of just says, I'm not involved in this case. I ain't dealing with it. There's an appearance. So they're there. That's a status case. But it's a very different appearance than the one that we have here. So they're using the same word, but they're not the same word. Like they're very different appearances. Like there's appearance of impropriety where it's like, it kind of looks like improper. And then there's appearance of impropriety where like there's a lot more going on. So I think they're both going off of the different words there. Per se rule. Oh, then this is the continuum argument. Are we on a spectrum where it's appropriate or not? Trial court's remedy. So it's deferring to the trial court. I can see that. In one of Georgia's leading cases dealing with the disqualification of prosecutors, Williams v. State, there's no discussion of disqualification based on mere appearances. Rather, the entire discussion is premised on actual conflicts of interest found not to exist here, and actual disqualifying forensic misconduct likewise found not to exist here. In Williams, our Supreme Court held as follows. There are two generally recognized grounds for disqualification of a prosecuting attorney. The first such ground is based on a conflict of interest. And the second ground has been described as forensic misconduct. Conflict of interest has been held to arise when the prosecutor previously had represented the defendant with respect to an offense charge or has consulted with the defendant in a professional capacity with regard thereto. Such conflict has also been held to arise where prosecutors acquired a personal interest in or stake in the defense conviction. Okay. Eliminate the two. The facts support the trial court's conclusion that she has no actual conflict of interest. See, this is where I think the trial court judge, I was making comments back when this ruling came out. The trial court judge tried to split the baby, and by doing so, created a muddy appellate issue. Right? Because you find this appearance of impropriety, you find this odor of mendacity. I mean, you find all these things, but then you say no actual. So the trial court judge kind of teed it up for this to be this decision. Which drives me nuts. Trial court did not abuse discretion, found a disqualified assistant DA. All right, so I see the point of the dissent. Every day in courtrooms all over the state, trial judges solemnly and diligently fulfill their constitutional obligations, perform a vital and indispensable public service when they convene hearings, listen to testimony, observe witnesses, make credibility determinations, resolve conflicts in evidence, weigh the evidence, and exercise their discretion in countless ways. We should not lightly interfere with their work or weaken their discretion by imposing our will because we don't like the result. I generally agree with that. I have an issue, though, because I also have an issue with trial court judges that don't make decisions. The trial court judges that leave muddied waters because they're not brave enough to stand up and make the fucking call. That's one of the things I have an issue with. So if you're looking at this, man, this trial court judge pissed me off. All right. So where are we? What happens now? What happens now? So we have majority opinion. We have that's the opinion rendered by the court. Here's what happens. Fani Willis's office, they get to appeal. They get to appeal the disqualification. How However, it's not an appeal as a matter of right. You don't have the right to have the case heard by the Supreme Court of Georgia, but the Georgia Supreme Court can hear the case if they so choose. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they won't. They're going to look at the opinion, the rationale. They're going to look at the basis being articulated, and they'll figure out whether they want to appeal or not. I think in the Court of Appeals, you can also ask for an en banc, which means you can ask the entire panel to weigh in. And if they decide they want to weigh in, they can. That's where it goes from here on a procedural standpoint. Where does it go from here based on this particular ruling? Nothing. The case is dead in the water. So the case is dead in the water until, well, the appeal gets resolved. So right now, what is probably happening is Fani Willis is appealing this or seeking to appeal this to the Supreme Court of Georgia. And simultaneously, well, I don't think she's probably going to do it. She was directed to essentially refer this out. I don't think she's going to do that until she gets the ruling back or the statement back from the Supreme Court of whether they're going to take it or not. So we shall see. That'll be State 2017. But what happens if this ruling stands or if this order stands? If this order stands, this case is dead in the water. I know people are talking about it can be referred out to a different prosecutor. Let me tell you what prosecutor's going to want to stick their neck out on this one right now. Take over the case where it is. And they're not. I don't see a prosecutor saying, I want to jump into this mess. No way. Not with the Georgia RICO statute, not with how the statute's patched together. No way. And not with how the RICO case has been, how I've seen the RICO case argued in the court. You getting into this? I'm not getting into this. And you already saw when Fani Willis is shopping around for a special prosecutor in the case, when she was shopping around for the special prosecutor, I think 2 other prosecutors turned it down. So you already have people turning it down prior to any of this. Not to mention the prosecution is stayed for the entirety of the presidency, at least as to that defendant. And you can't bring forth the RICO case and just sever one of them. So I don't know where it goes. It basically, if this opinion stands, this case is dead in the water. Ain't going anywhere. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if the Supreme Court's going to take it. The dissent made a decent argument. I don't hate it, but I also kind of agree with the majority on it too. What I will definitely agree with is that the trial judge made a really shitstorm of an order. I mean, setting it up to be an ugly appeal. Talk about that. The trial judge was the very definition of I am too say something I'm gonna regret. The trial court judge was too timid. We'll put it that way. We'll put it kindly. We'll put it too timid to actually come out and make an order that was clear and took one side. Right? Split the baby. Try to make an order that appeases everybody. And while doing so, set it up for a procedural and appellate nightmare. And that's the problem I have with trial court judges sometimes. And that's what I can see the majority opinion doing is the majority opinion is like, no, you don't get to just pick this lane down the middle. You got to do your job. That's what the majority is basically saying. You don't get to say this bad stuff happened and then kind of say, nah, I'm not going to do it. But then the dissent is saying, but that's the job of the trial court. The trial court gets to make that call. Oh, I'm pretty fascinated by that opinion. But yeah, Fani Willis, not happy. Tell you who had a really, really, really not good 2024? Fani Willis. Terrible 2024. Miserable 2024. So that is the subject matter that we had for this evening. That's where we are. For those of you who are still here, please take a out. Oh, I will. Newspin, I see this. I see it. I can try to look that case up. I don't know if I'm going to have access to it. Supreme Court of Georgia. Possession of firearm case. Sufficient evidence. Let's see. I don't see a whole lot. Hang on. I mean, the challenge is that I don't know all of Georgia law. So this one was personal interest in the case. Fatal shooting Kenneth Roberts. Brady violation by the DA. Battle maintains because the employment of the district attorney had a personal interest in the case that created the appearance of impropriety. The conflict of interest, but the contention is unavailing. Battle did not raise the issue pre-trial or at trial. First made the claim at amended motion for a new trial. It's a little bit different. There was no evidence there. That's a very different case. I know it talks about appearance of impropriety, but that's very different than the record that was established here. Here you have a 2.5 day record of evidence that establishes the conduct that was engaged in. I think that's distinguishable for that reason alone. Oh, you guys want to see something that's like please God, don't ever happen to me? Here, we'll do this. I saw this the other day too. In terms of things you don't want to see on the highway, this is what you don't want to see on the highway. No, you don't want to see spinning wheel on the highway either. Come on. Internet be interneting. While that's pulling up, Sibling Creature, thanks for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Oh, there it is. Yeah. That's a Piper. That's a side note. Nice landing. So that happened. Nope.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. I ain't gonna lie, whoever was in that truck. Holy fuck.
Oh, yep.
Fuck.
See, the thing is, it was a nice landing. You heard the wheels hit. It was a nice landing. The problem is that plane's still moving plenty fucking fast. And there's things in front of the plane.
Holy
I'm sorry. I'm not playing that part because the music is playing in the guy's truck and it's going to get a copyright issue. But talk about a perfect pause game. Holy shit. Yeah. That's where was that? That was in Victoria, Texas on Wednesday. 5 people were treated at the hospital and released. 1 person remains in critical but stable condition. So Piper Navajo crashed into 3 cars on Wednesday. So who had a worse December? Fani Willis or that Piper pilot? I don't know. Oh, you want to see another one? We've got another one because there's another fucking crazy thing happen. And I don't know how the New York Post gets all these things, but they just do.
Yeah.
There it was.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So.
Uh-huh. That is straight out of Final Destination.
Yeah.
That's lumber. That is straight out of Final Destination. Like, just there it goes. Nope. Yeah. So, I just realized I said what he said on the screen. Uh-huh. That's a big, absolutely, holy crap. Worst nightmare. But worst nightmare. That would be terrifying. Okay, let's get caught up and get out of here. We are 4 hours and 10 minutes, which means we're actually on track for a normal length stream. Thank you, Red Rogue. I totally deserve that. Absolutely deserve that. Lawn lumber, that's lumber. Yes, it is. I absolutely deserved it. And I was gonna try and find, you know what? There's a if you go to subscribe or take a look at Legal Vices' channel. There was one of his Friday shows where late in the evening I joined the show and was talking with Jeff about the. Now, mind you, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and this one was after some cocktails. Talking with Jeff about the litigators of old and how we don't see very many of these courtroom giants anymore. People that would come in and take over a courtroom. And I used an example. Oh, that's when it was. It's 11-hour stream. Should have at 4:30, went till 7:21 a.m. We finally called it quits. Yeah. Now I remember that one. Yep. That was the stream, Kate. It's February 2024. Let me see if I can't find it for a second, because my gosh. And I don't know if I'm going to even play the whole thing, because I don't remember a lot of that. Mostly because I had done my Friday Night Frenzy. Then I somehow had ended up there at 4 o'clock in the morning until 7:30 in the morning, my time. So it was not. But talked about the old litigators, the giants of old, and used an example, a colorful example of Clarence Darrow making an argument about, I think Jason Statham was used at some point in time. We made the argument there. Let me see. February 2024. Was it really back there? Do I have it? Oh my gosh. And that's the thing. Jeff was a wealth of knowledge. And so much fun. And he loved litigation. He loved watching litigation. He loved critiquing litigation. He loved the theater of the courtroom. And I just enjoyed, I loved talking with him about it. I really did. I absolutely loved talking with him about it. Let me see. February. There was Christmas. Hang on, I'll show you guys what I'm doing so that I'm not just sitting here staring at a screen. I had it now. February 2023? Hey, was it really 2023? I'm lost. Did you say Clarence Darrow argued the no. It was. I tried to use an example of litigation tactics. Have I really been streaming for this long? Where 2023 is. I feel like I've only been doing this for a little bit. And I still feel very new at it and very rough around the edges on a lot of this stuff. Taylorship business trial. Y&W Melly. My gosh, I remember all these cases. Wow. Long time ago. Case update. Solomon Anderson, Zachariah Anderson case. I remember that one. Let me see. Maritime Monday. Now I'm flipping through all these because he only does his Friday streams once per. God, that makes me sad. He only did his Friday streams once per month. He called it his Griftathon, where he would just do one stream of just grifting, people giving him super chats, donating to the channel. And that was the one time you would have to hear him grift, right? So there's an 8-hour stream, Griftapalooza, Drunken Griftapalooza for that one. And that was March of 2023. Then there's Chill Stream. And then there was, where is it? The Very Chill Christmas stream, Christmas cooking stream. See, Christmas. Why did I just flash by it? Oh, January. He went for 9 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know how you do that. I passed it. I know I'm being told I passed it. I get that I passed it. I know I passed it because January, and then there's February after January. Murdoch was February. Oh, this one. This makes me very nervous. Oh, yeah. That's a thing. There's closed captioning on this thing. Oh, yeah. I remember this.
And he's talking about the situations 100 years ago that are still applicable today.
Only fit one for profession. Most of them that finally get their place in jail have no taste for books, but they could take manual training.
I remember
they could
this.
Prepare themselves for training.
Oh no. Oh no. Here's the.
Must acquit.
Nope.
The hair must exist or you must acquit. If the hair does not exist, if the hair does not exist, then the haggard man must go free. He must go free because he sat.
Yeah.
And he tended anchor by
Oh
that
my
chain.
God.
Oh God. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the question is very simple. It is very simple indeed.
It's like yelling.
Believe that the hatted man on the screen next to you. If there be hair under that hat, then I say, if there be hair under that hat, then I say you may convict him of the crimes with which he is accused. However, I know in my heart, and so do you, after hearing the evidence that was laid out before you, that there is no hair beneath that hat, and that this hatted man, this lovely gentleman sailor, stood idly by his post, and he was there,
It was terrible.
forever vigilant, with his many hats. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he has no hair beneath those hats. And I do not disparage him for that, because we know that the bald man, as Jason Statham himself, Jason Statham himself, Jason Statham himself, the baldest of the bald, who has transported people across state lines and secured them from the vindictive governments that they were secured by. Jason Statham, the freer of
Oh my God, I can't.
peoples, the transporter himself, Jason Statham, the bald man. He transported those people across lines and brought them to freedom, just as Jeff, Legal Vice's Jeff, this bald man beneath the many hats that he wears.
Statham, I'm still stuck on that.
He himself is innocent of these charges, and you must free him immediately. I pray you make the right decision today, and I pray that you can sleep well at night after making that decision. Please acquit my client. Thank you very much.
Everything that guy just says bullshit.
Oh,
thank you.
Yes! That was so fun.
Oh, it hurts my heart, but it makes my heart happy at the same time. Yeah. Honestly, I was thinking about that probably all week. Just that one. That time. That memory lives on, whether I like it or not. That memory lives on. For those of you who are curious. Oh, wait. Okay, I'll pull it up. You guys see it. Like I said, I can't do anything about the fact that that's still out there. It's still out there. No. Oh, no. No. Okay, when was this? Oh, my.
I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain.
No. Jeff needs
If I only had a brain.
Jeff
Imagine me. I could.
Oh, my. Like I said, there's enough of those experiences, and I will very much miss those times. But he made a whole lot of people laugh and made a whole lot of people happy. And this whole YouTube community feels a whole big loss, like a big hole that's not there anymore. But there's a whole lot there on the YouTubes, and you guys can go and find it. It's all there to watch. That February 2023 one, solid. Okay, I know I love the speech. I love to pontificate and speak and do all that kind of stuff. I love the theater of a courtroom, and I love Clarence Darrow and all of the above. It is my favorite. And I loved talking about that with Jeff. He was one of my favorite people to talk with about that kind of stuff because he loved that. Doesn't Rob have the exact same shirt on? No, different shirt. I'll tell you what. Even if the channel doesn't stay up forever, I'm going to be archiving that video. I'll tell you that for damn sure. Okay. Now that that has been, I don't know if we call that a palate cleanser or just a reflection of good times, good memories, things that we can take with us. But we can wrap up the rest of the chats and we can go about our weekend and move on towards the holidays. Missing a friend, but also treasuring the memories that we have with that person. Sibling Creature, thank you for the gifted memberships. MZ, season's greetings to all. Great catching Rob and Ian live. Thank you, MZ, for being here. Morgan, she'd look good in Prison Orange, just saying. I don't think we're getting there. Latina, the funny thing is, New York Police Department didn't take Luigi down. The McDonald's lady did, who also got her $60,000 claim denied. No pun intended. I know, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild outcome right there. Clouds in my coffee. This is phenomenal news. I just got good news. I earned a 4.0 in my first semester of grad school. That is phenomenal news. Great news. Congratulations. Keep the hard work going. Keep it up. Make it count. And you're already doing that. So just keep on doing the thing you're doing. Battlefield State. I looked at that. Yep. New spin. Red Rogue. As a CPA, where an appearance of conflict on independence is essentially equal actual conflict, this is exceptionally annoying. That's where my head goes. The appearance of conflict, oftentimes, I get the relationship stuff. That's where I kind of draw the line. The appearance itself is pretty significant in that particular instance. Lee Drake, wishing everyone a happy Yule, winter solstice for those who celebrate. Happy Yule to you, though. Fiona W, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, everyone. Thank you, Fiona W. Baby Steps, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to Rob and the family, mods, and chat. Thank you for all to a better 2025. A better 2025 indeed. And Baby Steps, thank you for gifting additional memberships. Lindsay, I know it's insufficient for the loss at hand, but I hope you get some comfort from the fact that so much of your friendship is on video to revisit so you can still hear him laugh. Oh, I'm going to listen to that laugh quite a bit. That is something to hold on to. Like I said, whether I like it or not, some of those things, when you are watching yourself at a 6:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning rant about Jason Statham / Jeff. Still don't know how I got to Jason Statham. That's the ADHD brain kicking in a full steam. But good for the heart. SF, it's a great memory to keep forever, Rob. Oh, I'm going to hang on to that one. Allegan News, running behind. If they found an appearance of impropriety occurred all the way to the beginning of the case, including the indictment, then why not dismiss the indictment as well? Wade handled the grand jury as well. I think the question would then be, you hand it over to the other prosecutor, and the other prosecutor can make an assessment. Because the problem is, if you dismiss the indictment, then you probably lose statute of limitations issues. So I think that is probably one reason why it would be kept there. I don't see its grounds to dismiss the indictment. But dismissing the prosecutor, that's what the Court of Appeals said. Chelsea, thankful for a community that can laugh and cry together. Love you all. Merry Christmas. You as well. And Sandy coming in with gifted memberships. Again, Sandy, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Thanks to the mods. Thanks for everybody. All of you, indeed. K-Rab, thank you for the gifted memberships as well. Okay, guys. Now, I usually say this a lot. And when I make the comment of go make something, you'll feel better. This is a time of year and a certain thing that we have been going through where that action of going out and making something and doing something that engages a different part of your brain and actually does a little bit of healing on the inside, really important right here. Really, really important. Especially with everything that's going on in life. So take some time this weekend. Get the crafty side of yourself out there. Whether you're in the wood shop, whether you're writing, whether you're drawing, do something. make something, it will make you feel better. It will help a lot. Just like that. Look, if you're all right, here, I'm going to give you some refurbishing a 1955 solid mahogany phone table to stain or not to stain. I would not stain it. I would not add color to it. Now, I use Rubio Monocoat. I love, which is an oil finish. It's a wax oil. Phenomenal. Does great. Send me an email. I can probably send you stuff that I've used in the past. Feral Dragon. Email's lawandlumber@gmail.com. Azam, thanks, Rob. Have a good weekend. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you. Katie Cotton laughed so much tonight. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I'm glad that I was able to make some of you laugh. Aussie J, bittersweet here too. Scanning photos for my kids. Just got the ones of my hubby and with our youngest as a newborn. 20 months later, he was gone. Make the most of every day. A very happy day. Life can be short. It absolutely can. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. I'm glad that you have the memories that you do. And wonderful advice to everyone in the chat. Okay. With that, we are going to call it. We're going to call it an evening. Thank you all for being here. Very much appreciated. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I hope that you hug your families close and enjoy the holiday period. Enjoy this next week and all the joy it brings. Like I said, hug your loved ones, talk to your loved ones, make the phone calls you wouldn't otherwise make, and don't ignore and fight over the Christmas table or the dinner table. You know, you can fight, just make sure you make up in the end of it. Okay, folks, that's it for now. I will catch you guys next time. We will probably be doing a stream next Friday just because, you know, the holiday kind of falls right in the middle of the week. So I might have some time. There might not be much to cover, but we'll probably have a live stream. Anyways, see you guys next time. Thanks for being here. Cheers to all of you. Thank the mods. Hit the like button on the way out, and then please hit that subscribe button so you make sure that you are keeping in touch for when we live stream. See you next time. Good night.